9:30, and I will call this meeting to order. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit and now settlers from around the world. I will start with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
Good morning, Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Paquette. Is not there yet. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Elliott. Good morning, Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we will move to the adoption of the agenda, and there's a fairly lengthy list. I know Councillor Tang often moves out. I don't know if you have it in front of you, Councillor Tang, or if I can do someone else in the room. I'll do someone else in the room, I think.
That'll be great, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright is there. She was ready to hit the microphone. Go ahead.
I move adoption of the agenda for January 27th, 2026 with the following changes. The addition of 7.3, 2027-2030 budget planning process, 7.4, 2026 council and committee calendar changes, 7.8, deputy mayor and acting mayor terms updated, 7.9, Kettle Lakes neighborhood structure plan, council authorization, further analysis, 9.1, procurement update, private pursuant to sections 19, 29, 30, and 32 of the Access to Information Act, and 9.3, City Manager Annual Performance Evaluation Process, private pursuant to Section 29 and 30 of the Access to Information Act. And items to be dealt with together are 7.1 and 7.2.
And the other
And the
one, yeah.
adjustment of the rules, I move that City Council adjust its rules on time limits as set out in Section 38 of Bylaw 18155, Council Procedures Bylaw for the January 27, 2026 City Council meeting, so that each member of council has 3 minutes to introduce an item, 3 minutes to ask questions, and council may permit additional rounds of 3 minutes to ask more questions and 3 minutes to close.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Any questions on that? Seeing none, please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Elliott.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Next, approval of the minutes. Councillor Salvador.
Yep, I'll move approval of the minutes from the December 1st, 2025 City Council budget meeting, December 15th, 2025 City Council public hearing, December 16th, 2025 City Council meeting, December 17th, 2025 City Council orientation, and the January 15th, 16th, 2026 special City Council meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Any errors or omissions or questions from the minutes? Not seeing any. Please vote on the approval of those minutes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Next, protocol items. We have a number of them, actually. So I think we'll start, I know, are you ready, Councillor Clark? Do you got yours? Yes, please. I'll let Councillor Clark start us off, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Hold on, I'm just going to get my jersey
Oh,
ready
we've got
here.
props
I got
here. Oh,
props for
geez,
this
okay.
protocol item
This
here.
is exciting.
Yeah,
Okay.
there we go. That's good. Okay, good morning, everyone. Excited to give a massive shout out to an outstanding group of young athletes from wards. The one I represent, Nakodiska, Arnernik, and O'Day Min. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the jersey didn't give it away. It's a Hawks Athletic Club, hockey U11 teams. So the Hawks went out and won gold during one of the longest running minor hockey tournaments in the entire world. Of course, I'm talking about the Quick Card Edmonton Minor Hockey Tournament. This year's tournament that was just wrapped up went from January 9th to the 18th with a mind-blowing 10,000 players and 688 teams competing across the Edmonton Capital Region. This annual competition is an Edmonton staple in the youth athletic calendar. It's truly one of those unique sporting events that makes Edmonton great. The Hawks 401 Tier 2 boys soared this year, winning all 5 of their games, including an undeniable 6-0 shutout in the gold medal final. The Hawks Athletic Club is an incredible success story, and for me, I have a special connection to these players as I get to coach a couple of them in the Community League basketball team, and I can proudly say that I am an alum of the Hawks. And this is not my jersey, but it's a similar one that I had back in the day. Hockey Edmonton's been bringing hundreds of thousands of people together since way back in 1964. This organization has a rich history, and the tournament always showcases the very best of youth hockey. So on behalf of the entire city of Edmonton, all my council colleagues, let's give a huge warm congratulations and maybe some virtual high fives to the Hawks Athletic Club's 401 Tier 2, 404 Tier 5, 405 Tier 6 U11 boys teams. Keep flying high, Hawks. We absolutely continue to cheer you on, and we can't wait to celebrate all your future accomplishments. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You can wear this the rest of the meeting? You could. You're allowed. All right. Okay. Next, Councillor, instead of me reading all 3, Councillor Rutherford is going to take our next one on World Day for African and Afro-Descendant Culture. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Saturday, January 24th, was the World Day for African and Afro-Descendant Culture. This day was established in 2019 by UNESCO to spotlight and celebrate the rich heritage and contributions of African cultures and the African diaspora around the world. It honors their creativity and artistry and highlights the role of African culture as a rich source of the world's shared heritage, and also how it contributes to building a more welcoming, creative, and sustainable society. Diverse Black, African, and Caribbean communities have a long history in Edmonton. Their contributions have profoundly shaped our city's identity, whether as poets, painters, engineers, or entrepreneurs. Each person's culture and heritage shape who they are, and how they contribute to society. Edmonton is fortunate for the many members of the Black communities whose journeys have led them to share their culture, traditions, and talents with our city. We are committed to creating a more equitable and anti-racist future so that all racialized communities in Edmonton can thrive. Through initiatives like the Anti-Racism Grant Program, the Civic Youth Fellowship, and the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan, the City of Edmonton is working to ensure the voices of Black, African, and Caribbean communities are heard. We recognize that the City of Edmonton has an important role to play in combating anti-racism and remain committed to this work that still needs to be done. The World Day for African and Afro-Descendant Culture is an opportunity for us to reaffirm our commitment to uplifting and celebrating Black communities. We are stronger and a more vibrant place because of these communities and the distinct cultures and impacts that they have that inspire us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next will be on the International Day of Education, and Councillor Wright will be providing that.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. I'd like to recognize that this past Saturday, January 24th, was the International Day of Education. The United Nations General Assembly designated this day to celebrate the importance of education in advancing peace and development. It's also a time to call attention to the role of education in achieving gender equality and breaking the cycle of poverty in every corner of the globe, including here in Alberta. In 2022, Edmonton became the first Canadian city to join the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities. The UNESCO designation recognizes Edmonton's long-standing efforts to foster a culture of learning. As a member of this network, we promote lifelong learning through unique programs and partnerships, including our civic youth internship, residential climate action efforts, and Indigenous language revitalization. In addition to fostering personal growth, our Learning City efforts encourage residents to play an active role in building resilient, prosperous, and inclusive communities. This year's International Day of Education theme highlights the power of youth in co-creating education. With over 200,000 K-12 students and another 100,000 post-secondary students, Edmonton is home to a significant number of young people. We are proud of our Youth Council, who offer myself and my colleagues information and advice on issues facing youth in our city. They are the next generation of leaders in business, arts, culture, science, and social innovation. Their voices are especially vital as we experience dramatic technological transformations, international instability, and escalating consequences from climate change. We must prioritize education that will prepare our children and young adults for the challenges ahead. International Day of Education calls on each of us to ensure that our students can meet their ambitions and aspirations for a bright future.
Thank you very much. And I have the last protocol item today. So today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. This is a chance to commemorate and memorialize the victims of Nazi atrocities during World War II. It's important to recognize this day because the effects of this tragedy are still felt by survivors and their loved ones around the world. Their lives, stories, and courage continue to be an inspiration to all of us. We have a duty to remember their experiences and resilience out of respect for their suffering, and to prevent it from happening again to others. This day shows us how important it is to continue our fight against racism and hate, and to create a truly welcoming city for the many diverse communities that call Edmonton home. Now, more than ever, we must remain alert to the discrimination and oppression that can enable such atrocities to occur. That's why the work of groups like the Jewish Federation of Edmonton to provide cultural and historical education is so important. The Federation promotes its history and heritage to younger generations in Edmonton and to ensure the lessons of the past are not forgotten. Each year, they organize multiple educational events, including a memorial and candle lighting ceremony. The City of Edmonton thanks them for their contributions to our community, and we thank the many Jewish Edmontonians who have chosen to make our city home for helping us to create a more vibrant and welcoming place. Thank you. Those are our protocol items today, and next we are moving over to selection of items for debate. So please click on the board if you would like to select items for discussion today. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to select 7.1 and 7.2 that are cross-referenced.
7172.
And I would like to select 7.7 for voting purposes only.
And I'll just check, is there, this was discussed at committee. Are there further questions on 7.7? That's okay. Yeah, all right. So it's it will actually be.
Principe.
Okay, so we'll do that. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
And then I would like to select 8.6 for voting purposes only.
8.6 for voting purposes only. Again, I'll check. Anyone else have questions on those? No? Okay, so that one's for voting purposes only. Next on the list, Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
I think I'd like to select 7.9.
7.9. That's it. Fantastic, thank you. Councillor Wright.
Just deleting my name.
Oh, just deleting your name. Fantastic. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I'd like to select item 8.4.
8.4. Great.
And item 8.5.
And 8.5. Great.
And item 9.1,
9.1.
as well as 9.3.
And 9.3, which is must be selected. Thank you. Anything else on your list?
That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Selvin? Nope, they're selected already. 7172? Yeah, we're good there, yeah. I do have a quick question on 7.3 that I will be selecting. So I'll select that one. And, nope, that was it for me. Great. Just checking, giving everyone a chance to make sure they have, if anyone had anything. So just reviewing what has been selected so far. 7.1 and 7.2 by Councillor Rutherford. I selected 7.3. Councillor Rutherford / Councillor Principe, who has questions, I believe, on 7.7. 7.9 has been selected by Councillor Stevenson. 8.4 and 8.5 by Councillor Principe. 8.6 by Councillor Rutherford, for voting purposes only on 8.6, just to be clear. And then also selected by Councillor Principe 9.1 and 9.3. Of course, all the motions pending happen just as part of the regular business. Great. I don't have anyone else on the board. Please, I can take a motion now to approve all remaining items. Somebody wants to move that?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor
Second.
Salvador, seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on all the remaining items.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Madam Clerk, do you want to do just a quick read back of what we've passed?
Sure. So this morning, City Council approved item 7.4, the 2026 Council and Committee calendar changes. Item 7.5, Highway 19 NSP Council authorization. Excuse me. Also 7.6, Ribbon of Green Strategic Plan report coming up from Urban Planning Committee. 7.8, the Deputy Mayor, Acting Mayor terms updated. And one in-camera item, which is 9.2, investment opportunity.
Thank you very much. That's what I have on my list as well. I'm just going to pull right up here. Cross out 9.2. Wonderful. Next will be, those are votes, request to speak. While there are a few names on the list of requests to speak, one of the items has already been dealt with, which was 7.6, as that was originally discussed and debated at committee. We do have speakers for questions only on 7.7. It was also discussed at committee, so we typically do not hear from speakers again, unless anyone wants to make a motion otherwise, but that has not been our practice to hear from speakers where we've already had it at committee. And I'm not seeing any motions to change that practice, so we will continue on with requests for time specific on the agenda. There are none. We will just proceed in the order listed on the of selections here. Next will be voting on bylaws not selected for debate. That'll go over to Councillor Rutherford to move the items not selected for debate.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Knack. I will move first reading of of item 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.7, and 8.8.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for first reading of those items.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
And Mayor Knack, I will move second reading of 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.7, and 8.8.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading of those bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
And I'll move consideration of third reading on all of those aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for consideration of third reading on those items.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. And Councillor Rutherford.
I will move third and final reading on bylaw 21302, 2026 Business Improvements Area Assessment Supplementary Assessment Tax Rate Bylaw. 8.2 bylaw 21379 to amend revised bylaw 18734, City of Edmonton City Operations Project 3, bylaw 21380 to amend bylaw 18735, City of Edmonton Integrated Infrastructure Services Project Waste Services IIS Delivery Amendment 5, bylaw 8.7, bylaw 21337, amendment for the Animal Care and Control bylaw 21244, and item 8.8, bylaw 21368, to designate the Peter Hemingway Aquatic Center Coronation Pool as a municipal historic resource.
Second.
What a day to do that. What a day to do that.
What a day indeed.
Excellent. That's our speaking to. Please vote on third reading. If you didn't know, it's open again to, so go check it out. That's the whole thing. Please go check it out. It's amazing.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. I hear Councillor Jans did a cold plunge right at 5:30 in the morning. And that is carried 13-0. Thank you. Since 8.6 was just for voting purposes, Councillor Salvador, do you want to do the growth buses one? I think that was it. Yeah. You want to do second and third reading of those?
Yes, I will move second reading of bylaw 21409.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for second reading of bylaw 21409, the growth buses item.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. That is carried 11-2. Councillor Salvador.
And I'll move third reading of bylaw 21409.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on third and final reading of that bylaw. Just a reminder, the reason we don't have to do consideration is we're not doing all three readings in one day, so there's no consideration required in a scenario like that.
Just waiting for one. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 11-2. All right, so that covers the bylaws not selected for debate. Next is councillor inquiries. I don't believe I received any notice of any inquiries. So we will continue on to our public reports, starting with items 7.1 and 7.2, which are being dealt with together, and we will have our delegation make their way down. As they're making their way down, just so folks know, I mean, we already, sorry? Yes, two more bylaws, sorry, that are selected. Yeah, we'll still make sure we take care of those in order there. As the delegation is coming down, just although council already approved it, in case people, I know we all paid attention to our vote for adoption of the agenda, but just in case not everyone was following from the public, council has approved that we're going to be doing 3-minute rounds of questions and 3 minutes of speaking to items throughout the duration of this meeting. We changed the duration of this meeting from 2 days to 1 day to ensure we had additional public hearing time, which is now being used tomorrow. So in case you're wondering why we're only doing 3-minute rounds, that's because we approved it. And who knows, if it goes well, maybe we could do it in the future on an ongoing basis. But that'll be for council to decide at a later time. But it will be an interesting experiment today as we go through that. I will just then again ask all my colleagues then to exercise grace for any colleagues who are looking for additional rounds, though, because if we're going to do this, please make sure we're being, at the end, can't tell you how to vote, but I'm just going to ask for you to exercise grace if folks feel like they need multiple rounds. These items are big ones, for example, as they're getting settled. I think they're almost ready. And remember, we're not debating the budget today. This is the outlook, so ask plenty of questions, but we are not going to be, debating specific projects yet. This is not the time. You might have to ask about projects as part of it, but just wanting to set expectations as we go into the investment outlook and the operating investment outlook. Are you ready to go? Harm's pinch in today, I hear, right? You taking the lead? Yep. Excellent.
Some canceled flights.
Canceled flights means Harm's in the driver's seat today.
Great. Thank you very much. The capital and operating investment outlook documents that are before you today are a longer-term look at the city's finances. They provide an outlook for the next 10 years from 2027 to 2036 and demonstrate some of the challenges that we face as we develop the 27 to 30 capital and operating budgets. To cover, these are a 10-year forecast. Necessary information as council embarks on developing the 4-year budget. While these are two separate reports, they are integrated and they are further connected to the State of the Infrastructure Report released on January 8th and now rescheduled to Infrastructure Committee. We present these outlooks together because the interconnectedness of the two budgets. In fact, you'll see that taking an action on capital ultimately impacts the operating budget. We see this when we build the new assets and facilities. The funding to operate these assets impacts the capital budget, or the debt servicing to pay for the capital is budgeted for in the operating budget. We see with tax tolerance, if tax rates are higher than people are comfortable with, one of the first reductions is pay-as-you-go funding, which ultimately impacts what we can renew and construct. When renewal is not addressed, maintenance costs increase on the operating side. Over the years, capital budgets have generally been developed in a manner constrained to available funding sources, while the operating budget development focuses on tax levy requirement necessary to achieve the service levels intended. Through a persistent period of high inflation, we know that the operating budgets have been strained, and administration has been working to resolve structural budget variances that have been financially impacting the city in the last few years. We know our operating budget requires an approach that starts by considering what we can do with the funding that we have so we can truly convey to Edmontonians what services can be delivered at what cost. The most significant example of this is snow and ice, where service expectations potentially outstrip the budget available. Resources are not unlimited, and we need to ensure that the financial sustainability, or ensure a financial sustainable Edmonton while considering affordability for the people who call this place home. The documents show the pressures but aren't without options. The documents show the pressures, but we aren't without options. The 2025 operating expense budget was $3.9 billion. As we look to build the budget that will address the needs of Edmontonians while respecting the fact that tax dollars and user fees necessary to fund the city's operations come from those Edmontonians. Like all Edmontonians, we can make trade-offs and redirect resources. These things can be difficult because inevitably these changes and choices affect Edmontonians. The outlooks effectively kick off our 4-year budget process. The budget process report on the agenda for later today outlines the path of the 4-year budget. Now I'll turn it over to Harm Rai, who will provide an overview of the intended purpose of these two reports before passing it over to Nancy Chow, Acting Director of Budget Planning and Development, and Mila Petragara, Principal Advisor.
Thanks, Eddie. The Capital Investment Outlook, or the CIO, and the Operating Investment, or the OIO, are intended to be used as tools to provide strategic direction and help Council understand how decisions made over the next years will impact the city's long-term financial position. The capital investment outlook includes financial projections for the city's constrained and unconstrained funding and debt capacity, as well as expected trends in grant funding that the city may be eligible for. The CIO supports City Council in making decisions in the short term by understanding how today's decisions will influence the long-term capital requirements and resource allocation, particularly the balance between investing in the renewal of existing assets, replacing and rehabilitating them, and delivering new infrastructure. The city maintains a delicate balance of keeping its infrastructure in good repair to support long-term, cost-effective service delivery, while investing in new capital projects to meet the increased demands of a growing population. Guided by Edmonton's vision for a thriving, safe, affordable, and sustainable city. The operating investment outlook projects incremental changes to the city's revenues and expenses, identifying future growth and cost pressures. The forecast is growth-based in that it is based on the city's summer 2025 economic outlook and takes into consideration population growth, economic growth, and the geographic growth of the city. After forecasting the incremental change of all revenue and expenditure line items, the operating investment outlook forecast results in forecasting the net operating requirement or the tax levy increase. These documents enable an understanding of future challenges as well as the relationship between the capital and operating budgets, and will help prepare for the 27 to 2030 budget deliberations at the end of this year, taking into consideration long-term financial strategies. I'll now turn it over to Nancy to go through the capital investment outlook.
Thank you. Next slide, please. First, I'll go through some of the key terms and definitions used in the capital investment outlook. There are three types of funding in the capital budget process: unconstrained, constrained, and debt financing. Unconstrained funding is the funding that is available at Council's discretion and with no restrictions for a variety of infrastructure needs. Constrained funding is dedicated for various reasons to specific types of infrastructure or projects. This funding is often tied to grants from other levels of government, developer or partner contributions, or a dedicated tax levy such as the Neighborhood Renewal Program and the Fleet Reserve Program. Debt financing, in simple terms, is the money or financial commitment that is borrowed. For the city, it usually takes the form of a debenture, which is a long-term loan that is repaid over a specific period. The Debt Management Fiscal Policy C-203D provides parameters related to the use and management of debt to finance infrastructure projects. Next slide, please. You'll frequently hear us refer to renewal projects, which are investments in existing infrastructure to restore it to its former condition and extend its service life. In contrast, growth projects are investments in new assets and projects that add to or enhance components of existing infrastructure assets that improves the type of service provided. The renewal program ideal investment, which is also referred to as the renewal need, is a combination of two things. First, the renewal investment required to bring the city's assets to their target physical performance level, and secondly, growth investments necessary to align existing assets with approved strategies and policies, also referred to as complementary growth. Next slide, please. The renewal gap represents the difference between the city's renewal responsibilities and the city's revenue-raising capacity to address those responsibilities. It's driven by three factors: insufficient unconstrained funding from other orders of government, overemphasis on growth capital across all three orders of government, as well as pressure to maintain service levels as the city's population grows. The unconstrained ideal investment level is generally expressed as a percentage of the ideal investment level. It represents the portion of the ideal investment funded for the renewal program after deducting funding for restricted purposes like neighborhood renewal funding and the fleet reserve, both of which are constrained by policy. It shows what percentage of all other renewal needs are being met once the dedicated restricted funds are accounted for. For example, a 30% unconstrained ideal investment means 30% of the ideal renewal needs are currently being funded. Next Next slide, please. The CIO's 10-year projected funding forecast uses data and information available at the end of 2025. In practical terms, the first 4 years of the CIO will form the foundation of the 4-year recommended capital budget, while the years 5 to 10 of the CIO are presented for information purposes only, and they're not intended for formal commitment, but provide council with a long-term view of the city's infrastructure pipeline. The 10-year forecast positions City Council to better understand how decisions that are made in the next few years may affect the city's future financial position and service delivery goals. The CIO supports council decision-making by providing an understanding of how today's decisions will influence long-term capital requirements and resource allocation. That being said, some variation should be expected as the city's financial and economic reality evolves constantly. The city's infrastructure must be considered in terms of what is needed today, as well as what will be needed in the future. The 10-year CIO provides this longer-term view of the city's capital program, taking into account the following: Council's strategic vision and goals, as outlined in the city plan and Connect Edmonton, the city's growth forecast and other key economic indicators, projects and initiatives that have been committed to beyond 2027, ongoing investment required in existing infrastructure, new infrastructure required to support a growing community and business attraction and expansion, projected available capital funding and debt capacity, the impacts on the operating budget of capital program decisions, and the long-term financial sustainability of the city. Next slide, please. There are 4 key themes in the CIO. First, the renewal gap is growing. In the 2027 to 2030 period, it's estimated at $2.8 billion, a significant increase from the $1.5 billion in 2023 to 2026. The impact of this is that the city's infrastructure will continue to deteriorate, and this can have spillover effects on the operating side, where either the amount we spend for services increases from deteriorating infrastructure or the service levels decrease. This is happening at a time when the inventory continues to expand. The significant growth of the capital program over the last 10 years has increased the city's asset inventory in real terms, which further contributes to the renewal requirement. In the current budget cycle, nearly 80% of capital funding was allocated to growth items. Narrowing the renewal gap is necessary. There are many ways to do this, and it will require implementation of numerous actions, including addressing the funding shortfall, divesting of assets, and limiting growth projects to only those of the highest priority. Next slide. This slide shows the effects of the growth of the city's capital program. The build-out of several large-scale transformational capital assets, like the Valley Line West LRT project, the Capital Line South LRT extension, the Yellowhead Trail freeway conversion, the Terwilliger Drive expressway upgrades, the new transit bus garage, and the 2 recreation centers, Coronation and Lewis Farms Community Recreation Centers, will benefit Edmontonians for decades to come. But this expansive growth in the capital program has also meant that the city's infrastructure asset inventory will grow in real terms. In 2025, the inflation-adjusted annual replacement value of all tax-supported city infrastructure assets was $32,552 per capita, and it's projected to grow by 15% to reach $30,396,000 in 2031, when these new transformational projects come online. As the city's infrastructure asset inventory grows, so too does the annual renewal requirement. Next slide, please. That being said, there is some growth that is necessary. On June 10th, 2025, Council approved the Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02696, Prioritization of Renewal in the 2027 to 2030 Capital Budget, confirming the focus of the upcoming budget cycle to address the renewal gap, with limited investment in growth projects. The report indicated that priority growth projects that would be considered must either be mandated by legislation, required due to safety concerns, eligible for external funding, or show significant benefit to the overall prosperity of the city. As outlined in the report, the 2027 to 2030 capital budget will allocate as much funding as possible towards renewal in order to mitigate the growing renewal funding gap, while recognizing that limited growth is necessary. So how does the capital budget fund these growth and renewal needs? The CIO projects $11 billion in total available funding over the 10-year time horizon. This amount is split between $5.3 billion of constrained funding and $5.7 billion of unconstrained funding. As a reminder, constrained funding is funding tied to specific projects, and unconstrained funding is available for any infrastructure need. This slide provides the detailed breakdown of the specific funding sources that make up the constrained and unconstrained categories in the CIO. It's important to note that the numbers in this slide for constrained federal and provincial grants only include funding already approved within the existing capital budget. It does not include projections for additional constrained grants in the future, as there's not enough certainty surrounding future grants to be included. Next slide, please. Focusing on the far right column, which shows the total over the 10 years, of the $11 billion available in funding, $3.1 billion has been pre-committed to existing capital projects, which leaves $7.9 billion available for all remaining growth and renewal projects from 2027 to 2036. Of this amount, $2.4 billion is constrained for specific purposes, and $5.6 billion is left unconstrained. This means Council will ultimately determine the use of the $5.6 billion in unconstrained funds over the next decade. Next slide, please. The next two slides provide details on the amount of debt capacity remaining for the city over the next 10 years. The graph shown here illustrates the amount of total debt on the city's balance sheet since 2002, when the city's strict pay-as-you-go strategy was abandoned and debt was reintroduced as a capital funding strategy. The blue line represents actuals, while the yellow line represents a forecast based on future debt that has already been approved by Council. Overall, the city's debt has increased from $393 million in 2002 to $4.3 billion in 2024 in response to the growth pressures during that period. Debt financing continues to be a key component of the city's capital funding strategy, allowing the city to manage timing of capital expenditures in periods of growth, optimize government program funding by using debt as a matching funding source, and ensuring intergenerational equity, meaning that individuals using the assets are those contributing to the assets. Debt is projected to grow to $5.5 billion by 2029 before consideration of any new debt in the 2027 to 2030 capital budget. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the available debt capacity under the city's current debt management fiscal policy. There's two ways we measure debt servicing limits. The first is tax-supported debt servicing, which is represented by the dark blue bar, indicating the tax-supported debt servicing for projects currently approved, compared to the green line, which represents the 18% limit for tax-supported debt servicing in accordance with the fiscal policy. The second way we measure is total debt servicing, which is represented by the light blue bars, indicating the total debt servicing for projects currently approved, compared to the yellow and red lines, with yellow representing the 21% total debt servicing limit, and the red line representing the 26% total debt servicing limit where borrowing is limited to emergency purposes. The table at the bottom of the slide shows how much new debt could be approved over the 10-year period before reaching the city's most restrictive debt servicing limits. Assuming an annual interest rate of 5% and a 25-year term, the city would be able to borrow an additional $1.29 billion of tax-supported debt over the 2027 to 2030 period before reaching the 18% limit. While it remains the case that the city continues to operate within its legislated debt limits, the increased use of debt in recent capital budget cycles has been significant. With large renewal on the horizon, a prudent and thoughtful approach to the use of debt is necessary to ensure the city has the financial capacity to manage new renewal and growth in the coming years without encroaching on the city's internal debt limits. We'll now move to discussing the projected cost to deliver infrastructure over the period of the CIO. Starting with the city's asset inventory and total renewal program. The City of Edmonton, as of year-end 2024, had a total asset replacement value of $39.8 billion, as seen on this slide, which is approximately $5.1 billion more than the value reported in the 2023 Infrastructure Inventory Report. Increases in this value reflect an expanding inventory of assets as the city has grown, inflationary adjustments, and continual improvement in the city's asset data reporting. During this period of growth, the city has also managed to improve its overall asset condition, measured in percent of assets in D and F condition. This has ranged from 16% in 2011 to 10% in 2024. Renewal projects focus on making the most of existing capital assets. The process of deciding what to fund and to what degree in the renewal framework is achieved through a customized assessment methodology, the Risk-Based Infrastructure Management System, or RIMS. Investing in renewal begins with a comprehensive understanding of the nature, scope, and state of all city assets. The RIMS process is used to assess the high-level rehabilitation needs of the city's assets, allowing for the most strategic allocation of renewal funds. The output of this process is a high-level budget allocation by asset type without the constraints of funding availability, resources, and industry capacity, which we refer to as the RIMS ideal investment. The RIMS model projects a total ideal renewal need of $17.6 billion over the 10-year outlook. This includes $14.5 billion that's purely renewal and $1.8 billion in complementary growth, plus an additional $1.3 billion required for critical bridge renewal toward the latter half of the 2027 to 2036 outlook. There are several bridge assets in the city's inventory that require major renewal, and failing to renew these assets will result in significant reduction to service levels and will compromise parts of the city's transportation network. As shown in this slide, of this total renewal need, $2 billion has dedicated constrained funding sources, again including the Neighborhood Renewal Program and Fleet Reserve, and the $1.3 billion required for the critical bridge renewal is being addressed through long-term debt funding. This leaves $14.3 billion in funding that would be required to reach the ideal renewal investment levels. This table combines the previous information on renewal needs, funding availability, and future costs to demonstrate the total unconstrained funding shortfall. Historically, funding for this remaining investment has mostly come from the city's unconstrained funding sources. Focusing on the right side again, which has the 10-year figures, there's $5.6 billion available in total unconstrained funding for both renewal and growth over the next 10 years. When layering in the total additional funding need for the renewal requirement, this leaves us with a renewal shortfall of $8.7 billion. If we subtract the estimated amounts reserved for priority growth projects, which includes funding for mandated growth projects like school sites, safety-related projects, and some match funding, the total shortfall increases to $10 billion. This means even if 100% of all unconstrained funding went to the renewal program after an amount is reserved for those priority growth items, the unconstrained ideal investment level for renewal would be funded up to 30%. The CIO highlights the significant funding pressure faced by the renewal program. The reasons for the large gap between the ideal renewal investment and the funding available are an increase in renewal costs and a decrease in available unconstrained funding compared to previous cycles. Increased renewal costs are due to an increase in the city's overall asset pool, higher costs and price escalations to carry out renewal work, timing of large and high-cost projects, and the cumulative impact of funding less than the ideal investment level in previous cycles. The decrease in unconstrained funding available is primarily due to the funding reductions to the Local Government Fiscal Framework, or LGFF, grant that the city receives from the province. Next slide, please. This chart shows the effects of various levels of renewal funding on the percentage of assets in D and F condition over a 20-year period. Just to be clear, the higher the line, the worse our infrastructure, as that means we have more assets in D and F condition. So I'll walk you through these scenarios. First, starting at the bottom, the yellow line represents the percentage of assets that will be in D and F condition if the program was funded to the ideal investment level. Under the ideal scenario, approximately 10% of assets are anticipated to be in poor and very poor condition by the end of the 20-year timeframe. Moving up to the top of the graph, the red line represents the impact to asset conditions under the opposite scenario from ideal, where no investment is made in renewal, resulting in approximately 70% of assets in poor and very poor condition by 2046. Moving down from there, the green line aligns to the renewal needs outlined in the CIO and represents the impact under the scenario where all available unconstrained funding goes towards renewal after taking out a portion for priority growth items. As noted on the previous slide, in this scenario, the ideal investment level for renewal would only be funded up to 30%, and the result is approximately 50% of assets in poor and very poor condition by 2046. If we continue to move down the graph, the next scenario, represented by the dark blue line, shows the impact of the Dedicated Renewal Fund, or DRF, when added to the previous scenario. It shows the positive impact of the DRF, resulting in about 37% of assets in DNF condition. The fifth scenario in the light blue color represents the impact of an enhanced Dedicated Renewal Fund, which adds 0.5% annual tax increase on top of the approved DRF beginning in 2029. This will be discussed further in the presentation. This scenario results in 30% of the city's assets in DNF condition by 2046. What this graph demonstrates is that even in all the scenarios, including the introduction of an enhanced DRF, asset conditions deteriorate over the 20-year time frame, thereby necessitating additional strategies to reduce the renewal gap. Before I outline some of those additional options, I'll explain more about the Enhanced Dedicated Renewal Fund. So as a reminder, in March 2025, Council approved the strategy to fund the Dedicated Renewal Fund through tax levy funding once the strategies to restore the Financial Stabilization Reserve to its minimum balance and replenish pay-as-you-go have been completed, as well as successive tax increases until target funding is achieved. This strategy is projected to generate $278 million in annual funding by 2036. The operating investment outlook proposes an enhancement to the Dedicated Renewal Fund of an additional 0.5% per year starting in 2029 to help accelerate the funding of the renewal program, generating an additional $140 million annually by 2036, for a total of $418 million annual funding when combining the DRF and DRF enhancement. Doing this will ultimately impact the city's operating budget, and administration acknowledges that while an enhancement of the program would address the capital renewal shortfall, it would also require an increase in tax levy. You'll notice when we get to operating, we identify that a reduction of the enhanced DRF could result in lower taxes. Finding the balance between funding capital and tax tolerance will be challenging over the next budget cycle. Another strategy to address the renewal gap is reducing the number of assets the city owns. And as the city continues through the asset rationalization project to look at ways to reduce the size of our current asset inventory by disposing of assets. The last option presented here is the use of tax-supported debt for the renewal program. Use of debt for renewal may be required in the short term. However, maximizing debt servicing room for renewal exclusively is not possible, as the city must remain prepared to provide matching funds if higher order governments initiate new grant programs requiring municipal contributions. Using additional tax-supported debt has the potential to help narrow the city's large renewal gap, but the additional use of debt in 2027 to 2036 needs to be strategic and allow the city to access future grant programs from other orders of government, while also leaving room to respond to emerging issues. With the growing backlog of renewal needs and limited funding available, there is a need to focus available funding to the most critical safety-related renewal priorities. One option to consider is to temporarily redirect a portion of existing funding from the Neighborhood Renewal Program to enable funding the highest priority renewal needs while minimizing disruptions to current service levels. Should such a strategy be advanced, funding to the Neighborhood Renewal Program could be restored once the dedicated renewal fund has sufficient annual renewal funding. As part of the 2027 to 2030 budget development process, the city will examine available unconstrained funding sources for the renewal program and prioritize allocations to the highest priority renewal needs, considering the asset's risk profile as well as service level impacts of deteriorating asset condition and overall service level objectives. In addition to the financial options we've discussed to narrow the funding gap, administration has several complementary corporate initiatives and strategies to keep the city's capital planning in alignment with its financial sustainability objectives. These include establishing a capital asset investment policy to provide guidance on the financially sustainable way to manage existing assets and grow the city's capital asset base. Administration plans to bring this policy forward in June 2026. There's also the Financial Sustainability Framework and Plan, which will be a financial strategic plan to provide the city with a comprehensive, disciplined, and forward-looking approach to achieving fiscal health. Introducing the total cost of ownership into the capital planning and city budgeting processes. This simply means that when we calculate the cost of a new project, we must account for the asset's costs over its full life cycle, from planning and building to operating, maintaining, major replacement and renewal, and final disposal. As well, the Capital Infrastructure Plan program, which is intended to align our infrastructure planning with service levels to help decide exactly where to build, what to repair, and if we should even make the investment at all. With nearly all unconstrained funding required to meet renewal needs, there will be limited funds for growth investment in new assets. As a result, the only new growth projects likely to proceed are projects mandated by legislation, those that have high safety impacts or are high priority and eligible to receive funding from partners and other orders of government. Although the previous 2023 to 2026 budget cycle used similar criteria to limit growth, approximately 70% of the approved capital funding was allocated to growth, primarily because of constrained funding requirements for significant transformational projects. In the upcoming budget cycle, even allocating all unconstrained funding to renewal would only marginally improve the overall gap, which further emphasizes the need for discipline and a focused strategy to direct limited available funding towards closing the renewal gap. And I'll now pass it over to Malap to walk you through the OIO.
Thank you. The Operating Investment Outlook, or OIO, is a long-term 10-year forecast of the city's operating budget for all tax-supported operations, including all boards and commission. The forecast is growth-based in that it is based on the city's summer 2025 economic outlook and takes into consideration population growth, economic growth, and the geographic growth of the city. The OIO is a forecast of incremental revenue and expenditure change. Incremental changes are adjustments made to the previous year's budget by minor additions or subtractions called increments. The OIO report focuses on the incremental revenue and expenditure change from one year to the next, rather than total revenues or expenses associated with a line item. After forecasting the incremental change of all revenue and expenditure line items, the OIO forecast results in a forecasted net operating requirement and tax levy increase. The OIO is a forecast based on the best available information to date, and like all forecasts, it requires that assumptions are made about the future to form a scenario from which financial projections can be made. The first most fundamental assumption of the OIO is that current 2026 service levels for all tax-supported services are maintained for the entire 10-year outlook, including all boards and commission. This means that if a service level in 2026 is above or below council's preference, service level target, standard, or policy, these over-unders in service level get carried forward for the entire forecast term. The second most fundamental assumption of the OIO is that the operating budget is balanced each year using tax levy increases. The annual net operating requirement, which is the difference between expenses and revenues, is funded using additional property tax revenues. It is not a requirement to increase taxes, and council has the discretion to close the net operating requirement and balance the budget in other ways, such as expenditure reductions or increasing non-tax revenues. The third most fundamental assumption of the OIO is that it assumes a low capital growth intensive scenario. For many city services, as Edmonton grows, there is also the need for the growth of facilities or assets to maintain service levels, as service capacity is physically bounded by existing infrastructure. For these services, there is a strong independent linkage between the growth of capital assets and service delivery. For example, the city cannot maintain fire rescue service levels without the growth of additional fire stations. Due to capital funding constraints, the OIO assumes a low capital growth scenario. As capital planning over the next 3 budget cycles advances, capital requirements may be higher than what is assumed in the outlook, in which case tax increases from additional operating impacts of capital will be higher than what's presented here. This slide provides a high-level view of how the maintained service level assumption translates into staffing levels per capita. Tax-supported FTEs per 1,000 population have historically fluctuated from broad changes to service levels. These fluctuations over time have largely been a result of changing city council budget priorities, budget constraints, and fiscal and economic conditions. The OIO forecast is built on 2026 service levels, holding these rates of FTEs per 1,000 population relatively stable from 2027 to 2036. It is also important to note that this FTE assumption includes all corporate and back-of-house personnel, including positions such as program analysts, accountants, financial staff, information and technology specialists, transit planners, lawyers, administrative professionals, communications advisors, procurement specialists, project managers, engineers, HR professionals, and a variety of other roles that help to ensure that the city runs smoothly. Since 2015, corporate and support staffing levels have been relatively flat, as administration has identified and implemented over $1.9 billion in cumulative savings through annual efficiency reviews, resulting in a leaner, more resource-efficient operating structure. While these budget reviews, reductions, and reallocations have made corporate and support services more efficient, the complexity of delivering city services has grown significantly during the same period. For some corporate services, support staffing levels are lower than they were in 2015. Over time, this has resulted in a limited ability to continue maintaining service levels to a growing population and city without impacting service levels. To maintain current service levels going forward, corporate and support services FTE complements will also need to grow in line with population growth to ensure all service levels can be maintained. The operating investment outlook is structured into 4 components. The first component is maintain current service levels, which projects the operating budget impacts of maintaining all services provided in 2026 at constant service levels, including all inflationary adjustments, including inflation on wages and salaries. This component also includes the FTE additions that ensure staffing levels per capita remain constant over the outlook term. The second component is approved growth, which projects the operating budget impacts of all infrastructure growth projects, debt servicing impacts, and programs previously approved by council, including the dedicated renewal fund. The third component, unapproved growth required to maintain current service levels, includes operating budget impacts of growth infrastructure that is not approved but will need to be advanced to maintain current service levels. This includes operating impacts of capital and debt servicing charges for growth infrastructure, such as fire stations and new transit buses. The fourth component, unapproved growth required for critical infrastructure renewal, projects the operating budget impacts of advancing critical infrastructure renewal required to ensure city assets can continue to meet service needs and maintain current service levels. This component includes debt servicing charges on critical bridge infrastructure renewal and a 0.5% enhancement to the dedicated renewal fund from 2029 onwards. This slide presents the forecasted tax increases required to maintain current service levels, broken down into the 4 components discussed on the previous slide. Over the next 4-year, 2027 to 30 budget cycle, the forecasted total tax levy increase is projected to be 5.6% in 2027, 4.3% in 2028, 3.9% in 2029, and 3.7% in 2030. Beyond the next budget cycle, the tax increases are forecasted to be 4.5% in 2031, 4% in 2032, 4.5% in both 2033 and 2034, and 4.4% in 2035 and 2036. Focusing on the first component, the operating impacts of maintaining current service levels are relatively stable, ranging in the 1.8% to 2.2% range in most years. The second component, impacts from previously approved growth, largely consists of debt servicing charges and operating impacts of operationalizing new growth capital assets, and are significant in the front end of the forecast, contributing to 3.4% of the tax increase in 2027, 2.3% in 28, 1.8% in 2029, and 1.4% in 2030, and 1.3% in 2031. These begin to ease in 2032, reducing to the 0.7 to 1% range. The approved growth impacts are largely due to the city embarking upon an ambitious capital growth program in the previous 10 years, including the build-out of several large-scale generational capital assets intended to benefit Edmontonians for decades to come, such as the city's LRT network and the Yellowhead Trail freeway conversion. This ambitious capital growth program has produced significant downstream operating impacts of capital, which are concentrated in the front end of this outlook. The third component, unapproved growth required to maintain current service levels, has moderate operating impacts in the range of 0 to 0.7% over the forecast term. The fourth component, unapproved growth required for critical infrastructure renewal, begins impacting the budget in 2029 as the dedicated renewal fund enhancement of 0.5% is introduced. These impacts escalate to 1.2% in the back end of the forecast, as the OIO assumes $1.3 billion of tax-supported debt for the critical renewal of bridge assets, and these debt servicing charges impact the operating budget in these years. It is critical to note that these forecasted tax increases do not include any unfunded service packages. The approval of any service packages will impact the tax levy on top of what is shown here. This slide presents the forecasted tax increases by component as a chart. As is shown, tax increases at the front end of the forecast, particularly the next 4-year cycle, are largely driven by approved growth impacts, shown by the light blue bars. This is largely from debt servicing charges and operating impacts of new capital assets. These begin to reduce in 2032. Towards the back end of the forecast, unapproved growth for critical renewal becomes significantly larger, shown by the light orange bars. This is from the debt servicing impacts of $1.3 billion of tax-supported debt needed for critical bridge renewal. Next slide, please. On this slide, we'll be discussing tax tolerance. Tax tolerance refers to the amount of property tax property owners are willing to pay and find acceptable. Unlike the provincial and federal government's income and consumption tax revenue streams, which have broad exposure to economic movement and can thus grow and shrink without a corresponding tax rate change, municipal property taxation in Canada follows a budget-based approach. When property market values fluctuate under the budget-based approach, tax revenues remain stable and unchanged. An advantage of the budget-based approach is that property tax revenues remain stable during periods of economic contraction and falling assessment values. A drawback is that the city's real tax-based growth in recent years has been observed below the rate of economic growth, in part due to insufficient real growth of the non-residential assessment base. A consequence of the budget-based approach is that the total tax levy does not automatically adjust to changes in property assessment value, and in recent years, real tax growth has not kept pace with economic growth. This means that when council sets the tax levy each year, it must account for incremental budget growth through a tax levy increase. This feature of budget-based taxes raises the question about what level of increase, if any, is appropriate. There is no universally accepted method for determining the optimal level of municipal property tax increase. There is no right or wrong level of tax increase. It's ultimately council's authority to determine what the appropriate level of tax increase should be, based on their determination of what property owners are able and willing to pay. There are, however, economic impacts in the form of financial pressures on residential taxpayers and pressures on business properties and their viability, as well as the business competitiveness environment in Edmonton relative to the region and other large Canadian cities. The OIO presents 3 benchmarks for determining the appropriate upper limit for property tax increases. First is inflation plus population, shown as the green line. This benchmark aims to maintain per capita spending after adjusting for inflation. However, because this is only measuring the tax increase, this method is not ideal as it double counts population growth, as tax increases occur on top of real assessment growth revenues, which are a result of newly taxable properties from population and economic growth. For this reason, population plus inflation is better suited as a benchmark for total operational spending. Forecasted tax increases are higher than this benchmark in most years, leaving no additional room for further tax increases to advance council priorities. The only exception is 2030, where there is 0.2% of tax room. Second is household income growth, shown as the orange line. This is the household affordability benchmark. While property tax is an indirect tax that is not directly based on income, for most households it is typically paid out of income. Should tax increases fall above this benchmark, it will mean that for many Edmonton households, particularly those with lower and middle incomes, their property taxes will grow at a higher rate than their incomes. This will mean that property taxes will grow as a share of household spending, eating into other areas of spending, savings, and investments. Since tax increases are forecasted well above median family income growth, which ranges from 1.6 to 2.8%, property taxes will grow at a higher rate than household incomes. Using this benchmark, there is no tax room available in any year. Third is economic growth, represented by nominal GDP growth rate, shown as the purple line. Tax increases at the rate of nominal GDP growth would enable the municipal government sector to maintain its share of local economy GDP over the forecast period. Nominal GDP is forecast to grow by 5.5% in 2027, 5.3% in 28, and in the range of 3.2 to 4.5% from 2029 to 2036. The forecasted tax increases for 2028, 29, and 2030 fall below this benchmark, providing 0.9% of tax room in 2028, 0.6% of tax room in 2029, and 0.5% of tax room in 2030. For all of the years, the forecasted tax increases are either at or above the benchmark, providing no additional tax room. On this slide, we discuss strategies for reducing the net operating requirement and thus the tax increases forecasted in the outlook. It is important to note that since 2015, in connection with the annual budget process, administration has undertaken various exercises to identify efficiencies in order to reallocate resources, the successful implementation of which resulted in over $1.9 billion of cumulative savings and a leaner operating structure. Administration also applies continuous improvement for finding efficiencies, which has been built into the supplementary budget process. For example, by finding efficiencies, harvesting savings, and increasing the ongoing value for dollar in how the city delivers its programs and services. This approach mitigates tax increases required, but over time has resulted in a limited ability to continue absorbing budgetary pressures without impacting service levels. As a result, going forward, over the 2027 to 30 budget cycle, any further budget reductions will need to be made from service level reductions or the elimination of services. Other strategies to reduce the tax increase include increasing rates on user fees. The OIO assumes all user fees are increased at 2% per year, and reductions to the forecasted tax increase would require increases above this rate. Council can consider increasing the electricity franchise fee from the current 17.65% to 20%, though this would increase electricity utility costs to residential and non-residential properties. Scaling back the amount of growth capital that is advanced will also reduce the tax increase, but will result in service level reductions. The OIO assumes that future growth buses are financed with debt, so purchasing diesel growth buses instead of zero-emission buses will reduce the total debt servicing impacts. Lastly, the dedicated renewal fund enhancement can be scaled back, which is an additional 0.5% dedicated tax levy increase each year from 2029 onward to better address the city's large renewal gap. Though scaling this back will result in a greater rate of depreciating infrastructure, with more city assets in DNF condition and higher operating and maintenance costs associated with those depreciated infrastructure assets. Before we conclude the presentation, it's important to take a moment to discuss potential risks. The OIO is a forecast, and understanding the risks is necessary to understand potential impacts to the 27 to 30 operating budget, where the budget may be higher than what is forecasted in this outlook. Changes in a number of areas identified within the forecast could result in a larger net operating requirement and require either larger tax increases or service level reductions to balance the budget. These risks include lower rates of real growth of the non-residential assessment base than what is forecasted, any increase to all corporate user fees that is less than 2% a year, the reduction or elimination of the $4.5 million annual provincial operating grant for the low-income transit program, inflation rates that are higher than forecasted, a downgraded outlook on the Quarters and Belvedere CRLs, where the reserve deficit ends up larger than projected, requiring more time before the municipal tax levy can be returned to general revenues. As the budget development process advances, operating impacts of capital on approved projects will be refined. Higher operating costs than what is forecasted in the OIO will increase net operating requirements. If transit ridership and fare revenues grow at a lower rate than what is forecasted in the OIO, a downgraded outlook on transit non-fare revenues should demand for advertising on buses, LRVs, and in transit stations be reduced. The CIO projects a growing amount of assets in DNF condition. When assets are in a depreciated state, their operating and maintenance costs increase. The OIO does not factor in these costs into the forecast. Should Council choose to use debt to finance new growth capital in the 27 to 30 budget cycle, the debt servicing impacts to the operating budget will be higher than what's presented here. Similarly, should Council choose to allocate some portion of unconstrained capital funding to growth capital or finance growth capital using debt, there will be operating impacts of capital once those projects come into operational service, with impacts to the operating budget higher than what's presented in this outlook. If any reductions are made to provincial grant programs, the city will be required to reduce services or increase tax support. The OIO does not include any incremental impacts of service packages. Should Council approve any service packages for new or enhanced services, the impacts of the operating budget will be higher than what's here. If the Government of Alberta further restricts the use of automated traffic enforcement, there would be further reductions to the city's automated traffic enforcement revenues, which are currently only generated from red light, ATE. The OIO assumes all structural budget variances are resolved prior to 2027. Should they persist beyond the current budget cycle into the 27 to 30 cycle, the net operating requirement and tax levy increases to maintain service levels will be higher than what is presented in the outlook. The OIO assumes inflationary increases in the range of 3% per year on vehicle purchases. The city has experienced higher than expected price increases for vehicle purchases in the years following the COVID-19 pandemic. If vehicle prices continue to outpace the assumed inflation rate, the operating and capital impacts will be higher than what's presented here. Lastly, the operating outlook assumes 7 new growth fire stations are built over the 10-year forecast period. The assumption of 7 stations is not expected to be sufficient to meet service level targets as outlined in the official fire rescue service delivery policy over the outlook period. If additional stations are constructed beyond the 7 contemplated here, the operating costs and tax increases will be higher than what's presented here. Next slide. This concludes the presentation. We're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the very thorough presentation. That's important, and so appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. Now, this is the opportunity to ask questions of both reports. They are cross-referenced, and as we are now proceeding, since these are receipt for information, there's no need to put a motion on the floor. These are just information reports. Of course, if you have a subsequent or a different motion you want to make, you're welcome to do that. But without further ado, we'll start with Councillor Rutherford, who had selected the items. Please go ahead.
Yeah, lots of questions. I'm going to focus my first round of questions, and I will have multiple rounds, on capital. In your presentation, you talked about $17.6 billion required over the 10-look outlook, with $4.7 billion being growth within the renewal projects. Is that correct?
The 17.6?
17.6 billion renewal need, and then of that, you also you have broken out growth within that.
So it was 1.8 billion is complementary growth.
When you do the can you pull up that slide, because when you look at the cumulative
slide 16.
I added all of the amounts, the 0.5 billion, the 1.3. And the 1.8.
Is this the slide?
Yes.
So yeah, if you look on the far right.
So okay, yeah.
17.6 billion, there is the total renewal need, which is comprised of 14.5 million for the renewal portion and then 1.8 million for the complementary growth portion, as well as 1.3 for the critical bridge renewal.
Okay, that clarifies. Thank you. I didn't read it that way, so I'm glad I clarified that. And when we talk about, keeping room for growth, for opportunities from other orders of government, but in the capital outlook report, it said, very plain as day, there would be likely no budget in the next 10 years for LRT expansion. Would that include if funding was on the table from other orders of government? Because LRT is such a capital cost and debt servicing cost intensive with our projections?
I can just say, Councillor, I think that would bring forward a discussion. We would identify the opportunity and the risks and look to council's perspective on that, but I'll also get my finance colleagues to
Yeah, I
weigh
would
in.
say what I'm asking about right now, just in the outlook, can I get a scenario where if we were to do 1/3 of the cost of the Metro Line North with funding from other orders of government, where does that put us in the debt, and is it even realistic to consider in this next 10 years? Because I want to be able to have that honest conversation with residents, and I also think about the 20 million in this current budget for land acquisition that is causing a lot of stress to the residents I represent.
So Councillor, that's part of the reason we're suggesting to hold on to some of the debt capacity is if opportunities like that come along.
Even if but is there a scope and scale of those opportunities, I guess, that we're considering? I'll come back for a second
Yeah,
round.
and it's hard to say for specific projects like that in the CIO, but that's the purpose of holding on to that debt capacity.
Thank you. And yeah, we'll, since we're doing 3-minute rounds, I'll leave a little bit of flexibility if you're asking with 20 seconds to spare. And I know that's, when I'm asking for administration, keep an eye on that time too. So but it was good. It was great. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Chance is next.
Thank you. So this is really helpful. I really appreciated the report. When I pair this with the fiscal gap report, this report says we're at $39 billion worth of stuff. Is that correct? Our whole replacement value of all our assets is $39 billion. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately. And if I recall, about half of that is our roads and bridges. Is that correct?
I can take a look.
I think it used to be 15 billion in the fiscal gap report, so I'm assuming it's gone up a bit.
Councillor Jans, roads and bridges are estimated at 24 billion out of 39.9, so we're close to that 50%.
So it's 24 billion out of 39.
Correct.
Okay. Making a note of that. Okay, thank you. So I guess if we're talking about reducing assets or talking about right-sizing our organization, how are we having that conversation about roads and bridges? How are we making sure that we don't add to that in terms of building new sprawling neighborhoods and new subdivisions? And how do we make sure we're growing in? But how do we also make sure of the roads we have, if we have an 8-lane road that could become a 6-lane road or a 4-lane road, how are we making sure that we're right-sizing? Like closing one rec center, closing one pool is pennies compared to our roads and bridges. That's really what we are.
And I think, Councillor, ensuring that we have rationalized our assets is one of the strategies, but it cannot be the only strategy that the City of Edmonton takes. The strategies to maintain all of our assets include all of the strategies.
But it's the equivalent of me trying to help my cat achieve a healthy body weight by brushing them more often. At some point, it's like, this is just fur. We got to get to the real crux of this, which is we are roads and bridges. We are 24 out of 39. That's our majority. That's our majority here. So that means we'll have to close some roads and alleys. Well, we may have to forego a bridge or something. Or is there another plan?
Councillor Jans, I'll just chime in, recognizing that we have city plan that articulates how and where we grow between developing communities and redeveloping communities, and looking at how we gain further efficiencies as it relates to infill with a 50% of our growth within the redeveloping communities. When city plan was done, there was a financial assessment as well that
articulated or identified that if we grow in this way, we will find efficiencies in the long term of our goal to reach a population of 2 million.
Councillor Jans, if I can just add, applying complete streets during redevelopment or renewal of our roadways allows us to also right-size them at that time. And so we can make that modification to the system without necessarily removing roads, but really right-sizing them one street at a time.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Mayor Knack, if you'd allow me, I just want to lap as a correction to
Okay, correction. Let's do that. Yeah, and then not counting towards anyone's time. Corrections are good.
Yeah, just want to clarify, the 24 billion is all goods and people movement, so that includes all transit assets and road assets.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the detailed report and presentation. Okay, so I wanted to ask about the strategies to close the renewal gap. I know the dedicated renewal fund enhancement option was included, and I want to understand what are the decision points on enhancing that fund?
Thanks, Councillor. So yeah, so there's already, I mean, we already have some funding going towards dedicated renewal fund, and so if you want to choose an enhancement to the dedicated renewal fund, there's a lot of opportunities before the budget discussions for you to provide that direction. I could see some form of unfunded service package coming forward through the operating budget to provide that direction to administration.
Okay, do you think it's worthwhile to have a conversation or a report prior to just jumping to an unfunded package?
Yeah, if you're looking for more information or clarity, we can definitely do that. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. I may work on something there. Yeah, similar to the questions that Councillor Jans shared, I guess I was expecting to see a little bit more discussion just on growth management and the phasing and pacing of growth as it relates to just a mechanism to moderate the addition of new assets. I guess maybe to Ms. Petrin, I believe it was 5% cost avoidance that was included in the city plan rationale? Is that?
8%.
8%. So that still applies.
So that was the study that was done with City Plan in 2020, or I think it might have been a 2019 report for the 2020 plan City Plan when it was approved.
And are that's the number that we're still working off of, though?
It is, given that City Plan's approved, and that's what we're working towards.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Salvador, if I can just add to that, like there's some complementary work going on, and one of them is the capital infrastructure plan program, and that's something we're looking into that's going to tell us like how much we need to grow, where we need to go, where we need to build, considering a lot of these things that Councillor Jans had just mentioned. So are we growing in the responsible way, in an affordable way as well? So that's the purpose of that program in development, but you're going to start to see that kind of factored into the future budgets as we move forward.
Great. And sorry, when do we get eyes on that one?
I think we're still a ways away from actually getting, presenting that to council, but yeah, maybe Sarah can talk to it.
We are planning for a report, if approved, to come forward to the Infrastructure Committee in June.
Great. Perfect. Okay, I guess this is a bigger question, recognizing the OIO does not factor in additional costs associated with operating and maintenance from deferring renewal. First, is that correct? It does not factor in the escalation of maintenance costs and operating costs due to deferred renewal?
It doesn't. So if you don't fund to the renewal level we expect, there's going to be more maintenance and rehabilitation costs.
You don't have to answer this, but I'll put the question there. I'm wondering what asset classes are seeing the highest operating costs due to deferred renewal and declining condition.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I was just wondering about sort of what renewal projects would be moved down the priority list, but I think that's what is going to come out of the June 2026 report. Is that right?
There's a series of reports coming through on all the capital planning leading to the plan.
Okay. I was going to ask for an odd example, but I don't know if you can just pull one out of a hat. No. I'm concerned because Connect Edmonton sort of seems to be the start of the direction for all this budget planning, and it doesn't even talk about the core services that we need to provide. And yet, when I look at slide 28, sort of the first one, the first strategy that's outlined is reduce or eliminating existing services. And I'm just wondering, is that sort of how tax levies have been kept low or zero in the past? Has that sort of been the first go-to, is to reduce services?
So I think what we're trying to get at there is that the context behind this is that we removed or reallocated close to $1.9 billion out of the operating budget already to kind of come into a tax levy that council desires. Historically, we've done that. So I think what we're saying here is that there's not a lot more room for those kind of efficiencies within the budget. So if you're looking for meaningful reductions to the tax levy at this point, you're looking at service levels and potentially reduction of services.
So you're recommending that that's the first thing that we look at, even though we've already chopped as much as we can?
I think we will be exploring how we spend all of our money. So when we look at the 4-year budget, we'll be looking through and reviewing how we spend our money and how that lines up according to your guys' priorities. And then we'll make recommendations based on that as well.
Okay. Because I also have to consider that we want to leave the budget in a better place, than where I guess we entered. So is that a consideration as well, that we are managing like the renewal and not cutting services too drastically?
I mean, I think it's about balancing the budget, right? So when we look at the 4-year budget and the pressures that we have, we're going to come in with the recommendations on how to do that for council in accordance with the priorities that council set. So some of them might be tough decisions. Obviously we want to avoid service level decreases as best we can. So we will try to avoid that. But however, that is not always possible.
Okay, because I think that sort of where we are with the failing infrastructure is because things weren't maintained along the way, right?
Well, I think we've made decisions in the past that affect our future for sure. So definitely some of the decisions we've made in the past to reduce renewal is coming back to get us now.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question about the OIO, assuming that the red light, with the automated speed enforcement is only for red light running. Is there nothing for speeding in school zones, or is that not a part of it? Is that not being enforced?
I can elaborate on that right now. So what we did is, following the new GOA legislation, we removed the contractors from school zones, and we're working with how do we get both speeding in intersections back. So we've got a number of applications in flight right now. But the issues around school zones are less so about speeding and more so about other driver behaviors, which is what we're going to be focusing on with the service package approved in Fall SOBA from Community Services. The traffic safety team will be looking more so at those types of issues. But around the revenue, because we don't have approval yet for speed on green in intersections, that hasn't been yet incorporated into the OIO.
So we are not enforcing speeding in school zones?
We don't have automated enforcement,
Okay.
those trucks at the sides of the road in school zones right now, that's right.
Okay. All right, and then to the city manager. I feel that one part of administration is telling us we must be prudent, we must only prioritize a highest priority for growth projects, yet on the other side of administration, we're getting growth projects for for buses. We have growth project $30.2 million for item 8.5. We have growth project. So I'm feeling really torn here.
Those are council driven. So that is not an administration's recommendation.
So 8.5, I'm not sure if that was council direction.
It was.
That was council direction?
That is correct. It was a motion by council, approved by council.
And that would have been probably previous council, correct?
No. I think that was, pretty sure that was recent. Yes.
It was approved in the apologies, I'm losing my 23-26 capital budget. So that would have been with the previous council.
Previous council, right? Yeah.
Council, are you talking about bylaw 8.5?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that was, you recently passed that in the fall supplementary capital budget.
That was passed in the fall supplementary budget.
Yeah, and this is just the bylaw to formally authorize the borrowing from the province to fund those buses.
Okay, so, and that leads to my next question or concern is on the slide where it says priority growth projects eligible for external funding. My concern is that we're doing too much because we're always trying to use that funding. I'm out of time right now.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Well, thank you very much. So I understand the direction is to be strategic and disciplined in our growth capital. So focusing on mandated by legislation, safety, eligibility for external funding, and significant benefit to prosperity. And this is a bit of foreshadowing to another item on our agenda, but how do capital growth costs for new neighborhoods, how do we see them fitting into one of those 4 strategic areas?
So yeah, so like those are the criteria that we use right now to forecast. To prioritize growth projects. So as we're growing as a municipality, if there's any needs in any of those new neighborhoods that meet those requirements, so you could say fire stations, for example, that would be something we would consider, but they'd have to rank pretty highly against those priorities. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the challenge. We have an integrated infrastructure management plan that shows, hundreds of millions of required city dollars, and that's in 2013 dollars as well. So just struggling a bit with how our decisions around growth and land use are aligning with our capital spending policy priorities, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think that as Sarah said, that capital planning program we bring forward, we'll speak a bit to that as well. Also looking at ways to find alternative funding strategies for some of that growth, right? It doesn't always have to be pay-as-you-go tax levy. Is there a way we can bring in other alternative financing sources, which is challenging, but something we continue to look at.
Yeah, and maybe to name one offsite levies.
Right.
Okay, wonderful, thank you for that. And I apologize if I've missed this in the reports, but I know we've talked a lot about our renewal deficit, sort of what we're planning for growth. I'm just wondering how we're accounting in the capital budget for existing obligations we've committed to but haven't funded. So I'm thinking of our district parks. I know that there are a number that are planned for but haven't necessarily been fully funded. Is that just, are those accounted for in growth?
So if you look at I can't think of the table right now in the CIO, but if you look at the projects where it says pre-committed funding, anything that we've committed to past 2026 would be captured there.
So just for that level of commitment, is that like approving a plan? Is that like what how are we counting committed?
So at this point, my understanding, district parks would be prioritized against all the new capital renewal work that we're doing. They're not meeting some of those criteria that were identified. Right now, the priority parks that we've been talking about with council that's come forward are around the new school sites and making sure that the city is ready for those school sites that have been identified by the province.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you. Great presentation. I'm just going to jump on the capital side because I think most of my operating questions were already asked and answered. Slide 19. I just want to get a little more context on a couple of the options because I want to look at what we can do about the situation we're in. So I guess the option to address the renewal gap, number 2, disposal of assets. Can you give me some examples of what that would look like, or maybe like the big hitters that would be?
So, Councillor Clark, we have a program that was approved, which is the Asset Rationalization Framework. We are planning an update to Council in April on that program. We are focused right now on the facility portfolio, and so some of the opportunities for consideration include Century Place and Chancery Hall, for example.
Great, thank you. And then staying on that slide, for the redistribution of existing renewal funding, just on, the neighborhood renewal to other renewal projects. I just, a little more context on that. Is that just pushing it back so maybe we don't get it done within 20 years, it's 30 years, or is that what we're talking about here?
So right now, the Neighborhood Renewal Program is a protected fund that is rotating through all of the asset class. And if you think of neighborhood streets, roads, sidewalks, there's a lot of them. It's a really big asset class. And so it's one that takes a long time to get through every road in the city. And so that's why that has been set aside as a specific program. It would be up to council that if you wanted to reprioritize amongst other asset classes, that's something that we can consider and provide more information.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I got time, so just on the operating side, just when I look at slide 27, and I think Councilor Wright kind of already mentioned it, but I guess kind of the way I see it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if we want to get the tax rate more in line, like right now it's a GDP growth rate, which I think is good, but if we want to get it more to kind of medium household income, we're basically looking at doing something with the service levels, is so the recommendation, whatever that looks like, whatever that may be, is what I'm hearing correctly.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to just check, because I can't see the entire list. There might be some others on first round a little beneath me on the list. I'm guessing Councillor Palmer's there, but I also think, do I have anyone else? Who's, just looking.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, Councillor Palmer.
Councillor Tang first then? Okay, Councillor Tang, then Councillor Palmer. Please go ahead, Councillor Tang.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to check the assumption that went into the outlook. Because you talk about, I guess I'm just wondering, given the trends in housing growth, but you also project a fairly modest non-residential investment. I'm wondering, how does the city's recently approved industrial action plan, economic action plan factor into this outlook? Because I didn't really see that mentioned a whole lot. Or would you say this outlook is fairly conservative, excluding some of those considerations?
Yeah, I'd say we used, Councillor Tang, I think we used a pretty conservative estimate of non-residential growth and residential growth.
Okay, so if, given council direction in terms of these action plans and accelerating them, there is room to improve on that side, right?
Yeah, I think that's the point of these OIOs and CIOs, to give you an outlook kind of based on a level of assumption. But as we land priority direction and implement some of the path that council's looking for the next 4 years and beyond, like that's our opportunity to impact the budgets going forward and impact these numbers.
Okay, great. Just follow up on that asset disposition from Pascal. I was wondering what percentage of our assets slated for disposition have we actually disposed in the current 4-year budget cycle, and what's a reasonable metric for disposition we should set for the next 4? And can we accelerate that? I'm guessing we'll learn more in the April report. Is that right? Or do you have anything right now?
Yeah, Councillor Tang, I think we could take that question away and look at integrating it into the April report and provide an understanding of what we've accomplished so far.
Okay, great, thank you. I want to talk about arterial roads. For those that are squarely within the city inventory or city responsibility, I guess I'm just wondering, where do they come up? And I recognize widening of some of these roads, like Parsons, like 66th Street, are considered growth, which I will still challenge that definition. I don't agree with it. Is it realistic to continue to ignore them despite the population growth demand, et cetera? I guess I'm just looking for some commentary around arterial roads specifically.
Councillor Tang, I'll start. I do recognize you have limited time. So we have our mobility network assessment report that's coming to council in March that will identify the key priorities. And then from there, it would be what and how much council would look to fund renewal or growth.
Thank you. Councillor
Growth
Palmer.
or renewal. Okay, no, thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is great. I think this presentation shows that it's really a challenge for council now to really understand what the priorities are going to be for the next four-year budget. You've laid it very clear out to us that there are incredible gaps in operating and in capital. When we talk about the four priorities for the priority growth projects, one of the things I think, and I just want to pick up on Councillor Principe's, is eligible for external funding. And I think that could mean two things. So one being that we chase, grants because they exist, or because that's actually what our strategic priorities are, and then we go and find the money. And so I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts of if that's how you saw them too.
Yeah, I would say we fully agree with that. I think this represents a point in time and where we're at today, but there are lots of programs from the federal government, provincial government that we plan on leveraging going through there. Buses is a great example. Our opportunity around there is vast, so looking to leverage that as we go through the program, and that would adjust the numbers, but we don't have that funding right now, so it's not represented here.
And I think that's really clear because in the reports, it actually has provincial funding as zero for some of these years. And I think that's pretty unrealistic that we're going to get some funds from the provincial government when we start to share the priorities. And I think it's actually shows how much we have to work with our other levels of government, provincial and federal, when you look at these reports that have we don't have a lot of money to play around with. We have user fees, we have, which I think we have to look at too. And so one of the things I'll mention here is that the user fees have an increase of 2%, but I've noticed in the years prior that we haven't really touched user fees. And I feel that we are subsidizing everybody at the risk of not being able to grow in the areas that we grow. So would you agree, or how do you see user fees being a part of this solution?
Yeah, I think anytime we go through the priority direction of council, once we land that direction, we're able to build a budget based on that approach. I think it's going to help us land how we approach the next four-year budget in terms of whether that's leveraging user fees or the other dynamic things that we can do. We've talked about private industry investment. We've talked about our ability to be a bit more adaptive that way and innovative. So there's all sorts of things that are on the table. Yeah, we put 2% there. It was zero for many years before that on a lot of these user fees. And I think that's a product of where council wants to land on the impact to Edmontonians.
I'll just add to that, Councillor Palmer, we have our revenue generation policy, which I'm sure you're familiar with, but that talks about user fees as well, who should pay for what service that they're using. And then we have an upcoming corporate user fee policy that we're bringing to council as well for approval. That's going to talk about what we think the appropriate level of user fee should be for some of the services that we provide.
That's great, because I think one of the things that we talk about is that we see a lot of cuts here, and what we need to do is actually think about how do we grow the pie, and I think that's great.
Thank you. Anyone else on the first round? I just can't see below, so. No, then Councillor Jans, can you take the chair? So just picking up off there, so currently an assumption, so for example, would be that you wouldn't, would you be coming forward with a change in transit fares right now? Is that based off what you're sort of designing?
Yeah, in the operating investment outlook, Mayor Knack, we've forecasted a 2% increase across all user fees.
All user fees.
Including the transit fares.
Including transit fares. So, I guess, so the assumption conversation, I guess, what I'm trying to get a sense of when we have that conversation, because I might be open to increasing transit fares as long as we're investing heavily in that service. We're going to make sure we have four BRT routes. We get coverage out to Northwest Edmonton that is needing it, and I can show that. So that will be part of our ongoing conversations leading up to the four-year budget.
Yeah, and that'll be part of the user fee policy.
Fantastic.
That we put together.
Great. I wanted to just quickly check on the property tax inflation plus population growth assumption. So am I correct then that they're assuming population growth sort of drops below 2%? That's what I think I've seen, but
Yeah, maybe I'll pass that one over to Malap
Yeah.
for the population inflation growth figures.
Because inflation generally hovers at 2%, but that would mean for some of these upcoming years, it's below 2% population growth, and even with the immigration drop, I'm not sure that's likely.
We'll double check that for you, but you're opposite.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. The outlook uses a scenario where future population growth is in the range of 1.4 to 1.9%.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's still likely, even with the immigration changes based off what we've seen. Even 2025, where the immigration changes started, we saw 3.38% increase in 2025. So I want us to make sure we're looking at that carefully, because I think I'm generally comfortable with an inflation and population growth, but your version of it seems much lower than what I would expect it to be at. So, but we'll keep an eye on that as we go. For fire halls, you mentioned 7 over the next 10 years. Realistically, with all of the demands, I mean, I don't think we're anywhere close to building that. So is one of the assumptions, I've heard from industry suggesting that at least the next 4 that we need, they might be willing to build, even using some of the environmental requirements, although I think Councillor Printpe has raised the idea in the past of like, maybe we let up on the environmental requirements there, let industry build, and then use that money saved to address other environmental impacts like transit or other pieces. So are we having that conversation with industry to say, hey, how can you help us build these things that we need in the next 4-year budget?
Thank you, Mayor. We had a report that came forward about expressions of interest going forward. So that will be coming out in the coming months around how to ask for that input from industry. And yes, we're exploring, working closely with EFRS on, how do we meet their needs and what opportunities do we have in terms of both long-term traditional builds or more short-term solutions.
So we're going to ask about, because I think we need at least 4 in the next 4 year if we actually hope to hit our safety targets. So we're having that kind of conversation with industry. Okay, I'm out of time on this round. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Or if there's nobody else, I'll move another round of questions.
Second.
Call the vote. I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried and I'll return the chair.
Thank you. I've gotten the chair, and we'll go back onto the list, make sure it's fully current. There we go. I think it was Councillor Rutherford, who I believe is next.
Rushing to see if we can cut off.
We'll make sure. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford's next. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll just jump off of that question with the fire halls. So the operating outlook assumed the building of the fire stations all with off-site levies and other unconstrained capital grants. Is that a fair assumption to even make? I'm thinking of Cumberland. That would not be in scope of off-site levies, for example.
Right, so the fire stations, we've assumed a portion of them would be funded through off-site levies, with the rest of it being funded through unconstrained funding sources like pay-as-you-go.
Okay, so we are trying to stick to pay-as-you-go, and we think, and that is that assumption realistic, I guess, is my question.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Just to add to that.
What would impact that assumption? So for example, if pay-as-you-go gets used for other things, that would affect that assumption, correct?
Sure, yep.
Okay, okay. One of the things that I just want to talk more broadly about is, with both the capital and the operating, this idea that Connect Edmonton is a guiding star. When that strategic plan only goes to 2028, which doesn't even take us through the next 4-year budget cycle, let alone when we're looking at this 10-year outlook. So I just want to understand how, and that was made in 2019, before the pandemic, before things have really shifted, but we've gotten a lot of feedback on where we need to focus. I think that's changed. So does Connect Edmonton still hold true? And maybe this is for the city manager. I don't think it's fair to ask anybody else. And how are you going to integrate the collective direction of council and our priorities in the building of that budget?
Yeah, I think that's the next step in the work that we're doing. So once we land council priorities, we're able to refresh what that looks like and take those priorities of council and drive them into the 4-year budget and beyond. So the intent is to grab that information from council in terms of the priorities and then build that into the way forward here, but recognizing that that does end in sunset in 2028.
Okay, and then my last question, I think one gap I'm seeing in some of the work that's underway with administration is this accepting of growth inventory from developers that's enhanced. Because we talk a lot about how, if we keep the staff ratio at 12.7 per 1,000, but our complexity increases, we're still not able to meet the service demands. And I see a lot of pockets of work that are addressing other things, but is there some pocket of work that's addressing that? Or do we need to give direction on that?
I know in the past we've had examples like I think you've highlighted Greaseball in the past where those enhanced elements when they come into city inventory are challenging for maintaining and operating. So that's why we have our complete.
2 FTEs for all of the brick work
Right.
in our city.
Yeah.
So if we add more brick work, but no more FTEs.
Yeah, I think we're being more purposeful in the total cost of ownership of the work that we do. So we're looking at plans, and LRT is a great example of that as well. You know, all of the planter pots on the new LRT line, big challenge for us to maintain as a group. We are looking at the way we design our work with IIS in terms of that maintenance total cost of ownership approach.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
That doesn't answer the question.
Thank you. I was looking at a memo from administration that I requested a few, little while ago. I believe infill brought in $7 million last year. Is that correct? Something, not sure if you have that number handy.
I'll have to get back to you on that one, Councillor Jens.
Okay, yeah, and I guess given that every year that's compounding, that's 7 million in additional revenue that'll be there every year in perpetuity.
Correct.
How do we figure out what the threshold is that if we do say $25 million worth of new infill projects that'll offset an additional percent of tax increase? Like, how do we make sure if we have a target, what that is? Do we have that written somewhere, a threshold or something?
So you're talking about targeted infill development
If
levels?
if roughly a 1% tax increase is $18 million,
25 million, yeah.
25,
Yeah.
then in order to get 25 million more every year in infill to offset that 1%, how much infill do we need to be doing?
Correct. I don't know if I have that number, or I don't know if we track it like that.
Because I think we need a target, and similarly, I heard the complete streets point earlier, but we don't. Complete streets are guideline. We don't have a target that says when we do a neighborhood renewal, our goal is to reduce the asphalt by 3%.
Right, yeah. And also, like, we don't, well, what I'll say is, like, we have infill targets, policies and development. I don't think those are directly tied to offset a tax increase amount. So there's no direct linkage there. Although that is the overall purpose, there's no direct policy linkage.
Okay. Building off, I think Councillor Parmar had asked about user fees. Is there a point, like, admin can recommend a transit fare increase? Would admin recommend a new user fee, such as like a parking charge?
Looking at our user fee policy and our revenue generation policy, if we thought there was a need for a new user fee for some specific service, we would recommend that.
So admin has the autonomy to come up with a new user fee and recommend it?
If we thought it was right, yeah.
Okay. So that could be something that comes forward through the budget process as well? Some unforeseen user fee that we haven't thought of yet?
If there was an unforeseen user fee that we thought was appropriate to bring to council for discussion, we would.
Okay, and I guess building on what Councillor Principe said about the tension, sort of, and I'm feeling it with, like, later today we're being asked to approve a new neighborhood, but we know from a 2016 Edmonton study that, you know, new neighborhoods are going to lose more money than they bring in. So we're being asked later on by one area of the city to add to our loss on capital and operating, and yet I hear another area of the city saying we need to dial back. So how do we navigate this?
So Councillor Jans, I think we see that as our new developing communities have more density than previously built in 10 years ago. That's providing a key revenue positive outcome. Council would have saw that in the Kendall plan as well.
Thank you. On the first round, Councillor Morgan.
Thanks. Building off of actually what Mayor Knack was talking about with the fire halls there too, it just got me thinking about the bus situation. And when we can buy more diesel buses for cheaper than electric buses, does the increased buses on the road offset the environmental costs of less, more costly buses on the roads?
I mean, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, and I don't know if Craig does either, but I think there's definitely when you look at the replacement strategy around buses, whether you use e-buses or you use diesel buses, I mean, you can buy more diesel buses, so there's a delta there. between how many buses we're replacing and what that greenhouse gas emission reduction target would be. Newer buses are better on the EPA emissions than older ones. We have some old ones in the group, but also it hits your tax levy and the operational costs as well. So there's a bit of double benefit to having more vehicles on the road, more newer ones.
Yeah, are we considering that? Are we?
The short answer is yes.
We absolutely are.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then I guess the other thing that I think about there is that the decrease in, what I would assume would be decrease in road maintenance costs with less vehicles on the road, more buses on the road, more people choosing mass transit. Would that be something that would be factored in as well?
I think we're always looking to do that. I think every time we improve the transit system, it's about pulling more people off the roads and elongating the life of our assets as we look at them today. So, or at least dealing with this while the population growth versus, ability for people to move through the mobility network itself.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing some of those answers on this strategy here.
Yeah,
so
I think again, coming back to this is an outlook based on today and a full list of assumptions. As we build out council's priorities, these will impact the numbers as we move forward. These are the numbers as they are today. Your priorities that you land on and the strategies that you want to put in place for the next 4 years is about impacting these numbers in a significant way.
Okay. And then I guess the last question is the service reduction. Does that mean reduction in current services across the board, or removing services that we don't feel like we should be providing?
Well, I think it's a bit of both. I mean, I think we have a large operating budget in the city. We spend a lot of money on a lot of things. I think what the litmus that council's priorities will give us is an ability to look at those things and identify the ones that don't align with the priority direction of council, and then look at those for potentially removing them and putting that money into another thing that's a council priority, or removing services. So if we get to a tax tolerance conversation that is here and we want to be here, it's going to be a number of those balancing options that are there, and some may include service reductions that may not align with your priority direction.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And again, on a first round, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. So this is a fascinating conversation to me. I am wondering though, okay, so we're talking about potential service reductions, we're talking about right sizing and things like that, but I'm looking at the budget, I'm looking at the issues, and I'm like, okay, that all sounds good. What is the real world impact there? Like what would have to be cut or reprioritized to actually make a meaningful difference in the stark financial picture that we're looking at?
I mean, we're talking about large dollars here. So yeah, I think you're not cutting around the edges. I think it's a wholesale change in the direction that we're looking for. So when we look at the budget for the 4-year budget, there's lots of hard decisions we'll have to make based on a priority direction of council. And I keep coming back to that priority direction of council, but that gives us the litmus as administration to look at the budget and redirect the things into what council sees as important. And not that other things aren't important, but if we're making a meaningful change to the numbers that we see here, tax tolerance is going to be a piece of that conversation to know where council wants to be. That'll definitely push us into that realm of, do we need to go into service conversations or not? But I think meaningful change means hard decisions. So I think the budget will be a product of that as we walk through, but I think there's an opportunity here to lean into council priorities and utilizing the funds that we have to try and drive some of that, but not necessarily does that mean we'll negate the tax piece to where we need to be or you want to be, and that'll be the choice and the balance that council will have to make as we go through those decisions.
Right, and I'm just wondering though, if anyone has the math on what that would actually look like. Let's say we cut enormously in service areas, and by the way, council's priorities are just the public's priorities, right? Because councilors are elected and the public has decided that's who they want to represent them, and then hopefully those councilors listen to the voice of the people. So in that conversation of cuts and what is preferable by the public or council, has anyone done the math to actually showcase, like, this is what you'd need to cut, here's the impact, but here's what is actually remaining even if you do all that?
Yeah, I mean, if like just looking at the first year tax tolerance at the 2027 mark, if it's 5.6 and you wanted to go down to 2, you're talking about, for every percent, $25 million, right?
Yeah.
So you're looking at a pretty significant $75 to $100 million change.
Exactly. So
just in that 1 year, and that has to come the budget itself. So looking at the priority direction is that balance of how much we want to put in versus, what's the tax tolerance and understanding that impact. And it's a large one.
Out of time. I'll be back with more fun
Thank
with
you.
math.
Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Wanted to come back to the previous question around what asset classes are seeing the highest operating costs due to deferred maintenance and declining condition.
Yeah, I don't know if Councillor Salvador, if we have like a specific answer to that question, but like we do see some are maybe more of our transit assets that are more costly to repair if they're not renewed, and maybe Craig can speak a bit more to that.
Yeah, just generally speaking, I'd say like in general it would be like the transit fleet and the roads are probably the biggest two.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. On transit, so based on some of the language included in the report, I think it was more than 50% of our buses are in poor or very poor condition. Correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, and I think it says in here, the city must take action to ensure adequate funding is provided to the renewal and replacement of transit fleet assets to ensure that service delivery is not disrupted. So when would we anticipate any potential service disruptions given the current age of our fleet?
Well,
Or are we already?
I think we pay for that non-disruption, right? So as the asset ages, we're paying more in operational costs to keep them on the road. So, and the older they get, the less likely that it's going to be able to keep them on the road. And I think the LRT service is a great example of that. We're purchasing new LRVs. We have aged assets that are about 47, close 48 years old. Huge challenge for us. We're replacing them because we're on that impact side of it. We're very close to that with the transit fleet. I've been a transit guy my whole life. I've run buses up to about 18 years. I've never won one over that. We have plenty of buses over 18 years here in the city of Edmonton. The asset condition of that fleet is aged every year. We have great mechanics that are keeping these things going, but there'll be a time where impact is going to happen, and we've foreshadowed that for many years now, and we've been able to maintain that approach. But there's no doubt that we're on that ability, that impact curve.
Right. And I was just scrambling to try to find, I think it was a 2024 report maybe. I think it was 54 cents per kilometer more we're paying.
Yeah. When you look at it, maintenance, I don't know the number off the top of my head if that's correct, but I'm assuming it is exponentially more expensive to maintain vehicles, especially transit vehicles, after 14 years. So it is, the growth curve goes up exponentially at that point.
Right.
I can confirm that number for you, Councillor, if you'd like.
Oh, sure, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's Carrie with ETS. So it was, in that report, 54 cents per kilometer more. And we've got about 55,000 annual kilometers per bus. So we'd see significant savings if we could renew the fleet. In terms of service impacts, it's not looking good for the next 4-year cycle. So we're actively doing that analysis now and looking at different scenarios. But if we can't actually renew the fleet, given what Eddie just described in terms of the fleet age, we have to bring forward a realistic kind of outline of what those service impacts are.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And Councillor Chance, you have the chair for a moment.
Thank you. Councillor Tang sort of was questioning the definition of growth, and so am I, because I think we're kind of missing something in the middle between renewal and growth, and that's maintain. We're not buying these new buses because it's a bright new shiny thing like an event park. It's to maintain the service for yes, our growing population, our growing geography. So is there a way to look at it as maintaining those services rather than just calling it growth?
See, I can try like the way I see this, Councillor. Growth is when you're adding brand new assets to the city's asset inventory. Renewal is when you're replacing existing assets. And then I think what you're referring to is maintenance and rehabilitation. Like that's in the operating budget. So that's when we're just making sure the assets we have, we keep going, and we're applying maintenance dollars to
I'm thinking maintaining the same level of service for all Edmontonians.
And that's within your growth. So within your growth bucket, if we maintain the same service levels at that same pace, that falls into your growth assets.
And they're pretty clear definitions on tangible capital assets and what you can invest in from a budget perspective. So the replacement of vehicles doesn't fall into a tangible capital asset category.
Okay, but I guess what I'm getting at is maintaining the service. So the new buses are, because we are growing geographically, we need to provide that same level of service to somebody living in Alsace or Astor as the same level of service that somebody is in, I don't know, what's Bonnie Doon.
Correct, yeah, and so even you're maintaining the same service levels with the same assets, so you're still growing your asset inventory though. So that's considered growth, to maintain those service levels.
But that's where I'm thinking it should be not called growth, because it's just maintaining services. Then I'm also wondering, or maybe this is better for the item later today. If you can just confirm, I know in the report it talks about our provincial funding has dropped 67%, and I think I had asked Stacy at one point a month or so ago what our provincial per capita funding levels, and I think I was told it's dropped from 400 per capita down to 150, is it?
Yeah, it's dropped quite significantly, and that sounds about right. We got the number in the report. I'm just going to dig it up for you.
Okay. Oh, I didn't see it in a per capita. I saw the total dollar values. Yep. And then if we're looking at substantial completion for our new neighborhoods, we're in there. It talks about being 62% would be considered substantial completion. Is that something we can look at for the ARAs? So that we're looking at.
And that is your time.
Thank you.
Just to check, did the list reset? 'Cause I thought I had Councillor Principe next. So, yeah, there's Councillor Principe. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to go back and clarify what I was saying earlier. Yeah, obviously council approves is the final approval. However, when we look at capital profile, the Mayfield Eco Station, I don't recall a council bringing a direction to administration to bring a funded service package for that, or did we? I don't recall that.
Sorry, Councillor, the funded service package for which particular
The
asset?
Mayfield Eco Station, that's item 8.4.
Is this the bylaw, Councillor, you're referring to?
Yes.
I understand. That one likely would have been covered at utility committee and covered by the utility, so wouldn't have had tax levy impact. So it might have been discussed a little bit further in that setting, but I can gather more details if you like.
Councillor, that would have been approved through the utility committee capital budget process, which also came to council through the supplementary capital budget process, and that was a capital project that was approved.
Right, and I understand approval, but where does it come from? Is it coming from administration, this recommendation?
In that particular case,
This is what the point I'm trying to get across. Is administration recommending these to council? I know it's council approval, but who's recommending it?
in that particular example, the asset condition, all of those things combined led to the recommendation of that project moving forward.
Okay, so that's just
Councillor.
one example. So I'm just saying in general, when administration is bringing us recommendations, I just want to ensure that administration is following the direction that we're hearing from the other side, saying we must be prudent. We must only be doing what's absolutely necessary.
I can assure you we're bringing recommendations forward that are only absolutely necessary.
So the Mayfield Eco Station is absolutely necessary? One of the yeah?
Yes.
Councillor Principe, the Mayfield Eco Station started off as a standalone facility. It morphed and has adjusted over the years since it first started, and is now includes the retrofits and upgrades to the existing Coronation Eco Station. So just with the premise that we're talking about, under fiscal constraints, instead of building a brand new standalone eco station, we are now just modifying it after we've been able to make some agreements with EPCOR, who owns the land adjacent to that site. So that decision was included in the utility SCBA last year in 2025.
Okay, thank you. Again, I was just using that one as an example to ensure that administration is only bringing forward absolutely necessary.
Thank you. On a first round, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, and I don't know if this is for the city manager or who else. Just out of curiosity, because I know the conversation came up about in there about buses versus diesel versus electric, and I know there's one can argue one is better than the other. As just for my knowledge, has the city administration looked at because I know electric buses weigh significantly more than a diesel bus, and are our roads being, now that roads are being created, are they built to withstand the additional weight that's there? I'm just trying to find out what is because electric buses I know do have a environmental impact, and there's assets that are very, very good for us. But I also know on what is the impact on the road structure as well versus a diesel. Has anyone done a study on that?
Councillor Elliott, we haven't done specifically on diesel buses versus electric buses, but in general, the vehicles have increased in size and weight over time, and so our standards through the Complete Streets design and construction standards take that into account, and we are looking at our pavement base to ensure that it is appropriate for what we're seeing on the roads today.
Okay, thank you kindly.
And maybe just to follow up on that, it goes beyond just the electric buses. Obviously, vehicles themselves and electric vehicles themselves have changed the landscape in which road infrastructure needs to get built.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just want to circle back again to this question of committed capital projects, and just wondering to ensure we can tangle out sort of planned versus committed. So again, if we approve a new plan, it has a number of parks, are we considering ourselves committed to those capital projects?
So I can speak to that. I'll start off. So right now those are unapproved, so they're not approved in any capital budget, but
Correct.
Through legislation, we are required to fund those. So when we bring forward our capital budget, those parks, the parks development, will be high-ranking growth projects that we're going to be recommending for funding.
How are they legislatively required to be funded?
Sorry, you're talking about are we talking about school park sites? Because that's,
No,
oh, okay,
no,
sorry.
just parks.
Yeah, just parks.
So I'll jump in. It's Nicole Wolf with BGN as well. So being that there's a plan, it would inform some of the capital that we would be looking to spend at some point in time, but due to prioritization and such, nothing would have been committed from a funding perspective for those
Okay.
plans.
Sorry,
Councillor Stevenson?
That's very helpful. And so do we have a number of the things we have planned for and not budgeted for?
Can I just clarify, when you say things we've planned for, do you mean like things that have been designed but not made it to the delivery stage?
That would be one example. So I'm thinking of the Rolly Miles Rec Center. I assume that that's included in our capital outlook, capital forecast.
We have lists of projects that have been designed that have not advanced past the delivery phase.
And so I'm also thinking about smaller projects like a park that doesn't have play equipment. Again, do we have an inventory of all the parks that are waiting for play equipment and a potential cost to that?
Councillor Stevenson, as Sarah and others have mentioned, we're working on the Capital Infrastructure Plan program, and what we're trying to assess is a bit of our growth gap. And so what you're raising are some of these things that we're looking to understand. What would be our level of service? Are we meeting the level of service? And are there geographical areas where we're not? And so we're going to provide that update in June. As Harm has mentioned, it is not complete, and so it's not going to be able to inform all of the discussions related to 2730, but we believe that it will be showing you some of the challenges that are ahead for the city.
Okay, that's really helpful. So again, we would even have just sort of broad stroke, these are sort of the gaps in playground equipment at a very high level.
Yeah, that's correct. We're looking right now at the large infrastructure, so it might be more like aquatics, or we're going to integrate the results of the mobility network assessment. So we talk about arterial widenings, and eventually we would like to get to that level of detail.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pick up on the conversation around the infill versus the growth. In particular because it feels to me like we are expecting all of our infill, like to bring in all of these taxes at the expense of not, getting the revenue that we would normally get when we are expanding neighborhoods. And so I guess my question is there a number between like infill taxes versus growth taxes?
Can I start, and if Harm wants to complement, I would just ground us in city plan in terms of how we are predicting to growth. So we have set a target that 50% of our growth as we approach a population of 2 million will be within our redeveloping community, so inside the Entehende. At the same time, city plan also indicates that we will grow in our developing communities. Now, in our future growth area, which is the area south of 41st Avenue, that's slightly different. So as a whole, when we're talking about planning for growth, we use the city plan as our direction, our key direction document for that.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And I just want to because as we grow in totality for Edmonton. And so I don't want to be putting, one neighborhood versus another neighborhood. And the reason that I say that is because, Ward CP Weenie Walk, where I'm the counselor, brings in the most residential taxes compared to all of the other is from the information that I have, and so it's not like saying that our ward should get all of the services because we bring in all the taxes, and so we have to look at these decisions as totality for all of Edmonton, and making sure that Edmontonians have access to, some of these city services, and knowing that some city services aren't going to be the same in every single neighborhood because we just don't have the money to fund them at the current time. I wanted to understand, how are we making more money with what we have? We've talked a lot about transit, and, is there a growth plan in terms of what we'd expect and how many people we would need to get on, the LRT, the buses, so that we would see an appropriate or a cost recovery in that?
Hand that off to Carrie.
Yeah, I can help with that. So every 4-year budget, we do an assessment of anticipated growth on the ridership side. Then we look at each fare product and do a similar assessment in terms of revenue. We'll go through that process again for the next 4-year budget and bring that forward with our user fee. And you're spot on, it's exactly that. So examining basically all of the different levers that we have to encourage ridership and where we think it's going to land.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to move another round of questions, Councillor Parmar?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for another round of questions. And with only 2 on the board, I think we can be done before lunch. We'll see.
Just waiting for 2 more votes. We got all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford is next. Please go ahead.
So I don't feel like my question was answered in the last round, so circling back to that. I'm trying to ask, is there a body of work coming forward in 2026 specifically related to a conversation on the developer contributions and enhancements and the cost of those and any scale back that we're doing? Because it seems like right now, and as I've been here for going on 5 years now, we accept whatever, if the developers want to do better and above and beyond, we accept it into our inventory, even if that comes at a cost of operational, or we get complaints from citizens when that inventory is now not maintained the same way it was by the developer.
So I think Craig could speak to the total cost of ownership body of work that we have, and as well how we look at our complete street standards and our landscape standards in terms of what we're bringing into the city's inventory. So that's a body of work that we do, and it is ongoing because we continually update those standards. And then the total cost of ownership is a new body of work. So Craig, I'm not sure if you want to just share a few comments on that.
And when is that coming back?
we sent a memo back in December, just giving a progress update. That's a collaboration between our FCS department and SIP. I'm, helping lead it. Really what it is getting at is, I think your question is more around how do you squeeze the things being built, but total cost of ownership is more around how do we properly account for the cost to maintain those things. And so we've had things that have been added where we don't add budget, so we're kind of expanding our inventory and diluting our
Well,
service
I think
levels.
there's two things. There's an expansion of inventory, which is an inevitable part of growing a city.
Right.
What I'm talking about is we are knowingly adding cul-de-sacs and accepting cul-de-sacs into our inventory, knowing full well the operational cost of cul-de-sacs is significant. And I don't see anywhere where we're saying, do we need to course correct this? And how do we make sure that new neighborhoods that are coming forward don't have cul-de-sacs in the design? How do we make sure these are the kind of things I'm talking about. Does that make sense? And is that part of that work?
Not in total cost of ownership. Kim's got a lot more history on the detail of cul-de-sacs in particular, but the total
And
cost
it's
of
just an
ownership
example.
is
I
more.
don't,
Totally.
it's just, I'm trying to get to the point of where we talk about all of this stuff. There's a lot of really great information in both the capital and the operating. A lot of work is ongoing, and it's just, I'm trying to get to, in this line of questioning, a gap that I'm seeing between now and 4-year budget that isn't in a scope of work of administration.
I'll just clarify on total cost of ownership. The idea there is to account for and properly budget for the cost associated with the things that are getting handed over to administration. What is not necessarily included with total cost of ownership is verifying and making sure that those things need to be added or built or handed over. That'd be more on like the design guidelines or work with the developers in using cul-de-sacs as an example. So total cost of ownership would calculate that cost, but wouldn't necessarily question the developer around land use planning.
Thank you. Just to do a quick check with my colleagues, if nobody else clicks on, we can finish by 12:05 at the latest. And since there's not a decision point and we'll have multiple check-in points, I'm just checking to see if anyone else is planning on clicking on. There are more click-ons planned? That's fine. You're allowed to, if you're planning on going on again. Absolutely. I just want to know if we can get through questions. Yeah, so if we can get through questions by 12:05, we'll just extend by unanimous consent. No, yeah, we can do a motion afterwards. I just want to make sure we're sort of moving along on this. So, okay, I'm hearing unanimous consent. We'll go to 12:05. Councillor Salvador, or Councillor Paquette is on a second round. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and I'm not sure if I won't have another round after.
Well, start asking questions,
Okay.
and then we'll decide after.
All right. So, speaking about sort of this infrastructure debt, the renewal, the maintenance, all that, one thing that occurs to me is that, so, for example, if I had to maintain my own backyard, and I knew that to maintain it was going to cost, let's say, $500 a year, but I budgeted $300 a year to maintain it, I could say that, and let's say, like, I sell vegetables from my backyard that net me $200 a year. I could say that, or even more, let's say it nets me $500 a year, but I'm budgeting $300, and so therefore I'm not maintaining the way I want. Is the problem what I'm budgeting, or is the problem the backyard and the production of the backyard?
Councillor, I'll start with just a theory around asset management.
Yeah.
Right now, our city is actually a fairly healthy dispersal of like our conditions, with some examples where we're not. So the transit buses is a good example of an asset class we have to pay attention to. Overall, though, 54% of our assets are in good or very good condition. The city of Edmonton should be proud of that work. That is a really exciting outcome from our state of infrastructure, which we'll talk more to in the infrastructure committee. But what happens is we have about 34% of our assets in that fair condition. And if we start getting too many falling into the poor or very poor condition,
Right.
we start leaving things and that we only fix them when they break. And we start getting into a strategy of break fix. And we stop being able to invest
Which
in
is much more
keeping those
expensive.
new assets good. The more we can keep good and fair from getting into poor, the less expensive it's going to be. And
Yeah.
so
So
that's
deferred
where we're
maintenance-
really looking at a long-term view.
Deferred maintenance costs a lot. We know that expansion costs a lot. But if we're not budgeting for that, then we'll say, oh, it's a loss. But if you're budgeting for it, you say, okay, well, things are balanced. So this is sort of the point I'm getting at, and I need clarification on. If our tax rate and our budget, so essentially if our budget for these things was even lower, we would see more things fall into disrepair. If our budget was higher, we'd see more things fall into good maintenance, thereby saving money. And so really, if the budget is not appropriate to the need, that's the problem.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
And we can cut the need, but not massively that I can see, right?
Correct, yeah, like you have an existing infrastructure that you need to renew.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Sure. Just to pick up on my previous line of questioning, around our bus fleet, recognizing that it sounds like there's some work happening right now around doing the analysis around service impacts in the near term. I wanted to understand how far along that work is and honestly, if it might be worthwhile having a report or a conversation on that, just have a line of sight as to what that looks like going into budget.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Yeah. Sorry, Eddie.
No, you go ahead.
It's Carrie again. We'd be happy if it's the will of council, we can bring that information to you in a report, or we could do it as a memo, depending if you're interested in discussing it in detail. As I said, we are doing the analysis of our fleet replacement numbers, risks, trade-offs, benefits, almost like a refresh or an update of that 2024 report. And then the service level information. So in order to maintain the current service level, what's the minimum kind of replacement and renewal activities we need?
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. And I would be interested in moving something to that effect, so I'll work on that over the break, just to make sure I have the wording all tightened up. And oh, sorry. Also on transit, just the other thing that flagged for me was garage capacity constraints for fleet growth. Have we, and maybe this is more of a future conversation, have we looked at options to accelerate the completion of the bus garage?
Councillor Salvador, we are working as fast as we can on the garage, understanding that it is a very complex environment and architecture, and we will be bringing a report in April to update you on the status of that project.
Great. Looking forward to that April report. Oh, and okay, a question jumping away from transit, just to fees and fines one more time. Am I correct to understand that there's a 2% annual increase baked into the assumptions for fines as well?
Correct.
Is that consistent with what we see on the fine side? Do we have a regular or periodic cycle for updating fines? In my experience, it seems to have been more kind of ad hoc.
Yeah, you're right. So we've made that assumption in the OIO, and it's just an assumption that we factor in there, and it's subject to change. But yeah, there isn't like a regular review of fines or penalties or anything like that. I would say that during the 4-year budget cycle, when we do that, we have a schedule of fines, and we review those at those times.
Okay, thanks. I'm not going to be able to have time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to get clarification, the options to address the renewal gap and redistribute existing funding. That is not for direction today, is that correct? That's just, if we were to initiate this, would you want direction today?
You could provide that direction at any time if you wanted us to look further into that. There's a lot of opportunities moving forward before the budget discussion as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just want to get some clarity again on the rebalancing of the residential, non-residential tax base that's highlighted in the operations report. Just want to make sure my understanding is clear. I'm seeing that there's a need to shift the current status quo, correct? That we need to encourage more industrial or non-residential tax growth just to rebalance sort of our existing conditions, correct?
Correct.
So not necessarily in growing our industrial tax base, we have sort of a hole to dig out of before that can then be used to be funding other growth, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are all the questions. We will be on recess till 1:30. There might be some motions, though, based off some of the conversations, so please make sure everyone from administration is still coming back, but there won't be any more questions on these reports. The motions may generate questions, though. Pay.
Hello.
Councillor Jens.
Good afternoon.
I saw Councillor Rutherford in the back. Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Everyone is here. So we finished questions. Were there, I think folks had been working on potential motions, so, yep. Or at least one. I mean, the item is done, so this is now the subsequent motion time, so feel free to click on if you have a motion. No, I think Councillor Salvador does at least. You can just go ahead. There you go. Perfect.
Okay, so I will move that, I'll do the other one, not the one that's on the screen, sorry. That administration bring forward a report to provide an update on ETS conventional bus renewal needs, further to report COO 2086 Edmonton Transit Service bus fleet replacement to maintain current transit service levels through to 2030, outlining the service impacts of not meeting minimum requirements due May 2026.
Second.
Thank you. Go ahead and introduce.
Sure, yeah. I appreciate the opportunity to put this on the floor. Just really emerging from today's discussion, but also building on existing work that's been done to date. We heard today that we really need to pay particular attention to this asset class, our transit fleet, over the next few years, given the current state of these assets and the ongoing operational and maintenance costs that we're incurring because of the age of the fleet. We know that transit rolling stock is rated at more than 50% in poor or very poor condition due to its age, which again drives up the likelihood of failure, maintenance costs, and potential disruptions to service levels. So this does build on existing work that was done in 2024 and just offers an opportunity for a bit of an update. So not based on what I've heard from administration, this work is ongoing, and this just provides council with a better line of sight to it.
Thank you very much. And if we can get that in the chat as well for Councillor Tang. There we are. And Councillor Rutherford, do you have questions? You have a separate motion. Okay, perfect. Any other questions on this? Not seeing any. Anyone wishing to speak? No? Councillor Salvador, any closing comments? No? Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford, do you have a motion as well? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to move that administration provide a memo to council outlining the approach to review and an approach to the review and acceptance of enhanced development contributed assets, i.e. parks, roads, etc.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Go ahead, Councillor Rutherford, to introduce.
Yeah, so in discussion with administration, I think, ultimately this could probably be an inquiry, but since it's here and it was shored up during the conversation, I think the first most prudent step is understanding in more detail how we review and accept inventory. And then from there, based on that memo, if there's further motion or work that needs to be directed, it can be done so with a notice of motion at that time.
Thank you very much. Any questions on this? Not seeing any. Anyone wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Any closing comments, Councillor Rutherford? No. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Any other motions? Yeah, Councillor Salvador has one more. Please go ahead.
Yep, I'm just putting it in chat as well. I'll move that administration include as part of the report on the Capital Asset Investment Policy Report, Financial and Corporate Services Report 03270, coming on June 10th, 2026 to Executive Committee, information on the Dedicated Renewal Fund Enhancement Strategy as referenced in the Operating Investment Outlook 2027 to 2036, FCS 03224, including financial implications, implementation options, and the expected impact on cost avoidance and infrastructure condition.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead and introduce.
Yep, thank you. So this is really just to get some further information about one of the options to close the renewal gap that was presented as part of today's reports, the enhancement option for the dedicated renewal fund. As we're all well aware, our renewal gap is structural and growing, and even if we were to dedicate every available constrained dollar to, or unconstrained dollar to renewal, we'd still be short. And while we've taken some good steps with the dedicated renewal fund itself, this will allow us to have a conversation about where we might want to go from here. It will provide us an opportunity to tag this on to an existing report so that it's not necessarily creating its own standalone, and it'll allow us to contextualize this work as part of our overall capital asset investment policy.
Thank you. Any questions? You're clicking. Councillor Paquette? Just to speak. Oh, just to speak? No, I see nobody on the board for questions. To speak, Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know why, but I fully support this. Okay, I do know why, but please vote for it.
Thank you. Any other, anybody wishing to speak? No. Councillor Salvador to close. Any closing comments? No. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Were there any other motions? No, I don't believe so. Nobody's clicked on or raised their hands. So wonderful. So 7-1 and 7-2 are complete. We are now moving on to 7-3. I had selected, I don't actually need a presentation. Nobody else had jumped on the board to select it. So am I okay just to go to questions? Does anyone want the presentation? No? Okay. We're just switching out the delegation, I think. All right. As folks are settling in, what I will do is I will turn over the chair to Councillor Jans.
Taken.
Because this one I actually think does need a motion instead of receipt for information. So I have a motion that I'll make on this.
Please proceed.
I think, do we have it ready?
I've just put it in the chat to you. Would you like me to put it in the
Yeah,
chat
we can just
to
toss it up
council?
on the board there. Yeah, 100%. Thank you. I think that was the updated piece there. The development of the 2027 through 2030 multi-year budget include the following steps to supplement the City Policy C578A multi-year budgeting. Presentations by department/branches through City Council, not Executive Committee for civic departments and corporate programs. 2026 budget overview, key cost drivers and service levels. Second bullet point, in-person ward sessions with the ward councillor and mayor in attendance to further expand the in-depth research and engagement that supports the development of the multi-year budget. Third bullet point, budget presentations by department in advance of the 2027 through 2030 budget deliberations through City Council as part of the City Council budget deliberations in December 2026 that will focus on priorities and foundation elements. Bullet point 4, transition from the written budget questions and answers to a live inquiry format as per pages 3 and 4 of the January 27th, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report.
Second.
Very quickly as an introduction, it's literally just what they said they were going to do if it was receipt for information. But again, I'm just trying to get in the habit of if there is an action that administration is going to take, instead of us accepting for information which signifies they should go ahead, we should just say it clearly that they should do the thing that they're going to do. So that's the intent of just making this as a motion instead of a receipt of information report. So that's my introduction. I do have questions when appropriate.
Okay, thanks. Any councillors wishing to ask questions, please sign on the board. Councillor Knack, Mayor Knack.
Any name is good. Thank you. So the only question I did want to dig into is the live inquiry piece. So I think just to make it sure I'm very clear, we're talking about that's Q&A like this. We're not talking about any other mechanism. Live inquiry is us asking questions like this.
Yeah, we would do department presentations. We used to do this a number of years ago, where each department would do kind of an overview of their department, and then council could ask questions directly of administration for anything that they were thinking of bringing forward as part of the budget, so that you're getting very specific questions responded to.
So that's the part I wanted to get clarification on, because I was a little uneasy first on this, because I know it takes a lot of time to do the written Q&A, but I also want to make sure that we're doing the work we need to do in advance of the actual budget deliberations. I want us to be able to ask questions in a timely manner, and so the thinking is when you do the branch by branch presentations, that'll be the live inquiry Q&A, which happens before the 7 days that are currently set aside for budget. We can ask questions that would inform a motion that we're creating or information that would be relevant to council to do that. That's what I'm hearing?
That is correct.
Okay. The only other piece to that, and I'm not opposed to that, what I do want to check on is how do we keep track of that then, I guess? Because the one worry I have is that if somebody's asking you a question during the live inquiry section, that helps them inform a motion that they're going to make. And we can't keep track of the 10 questions that were asked about that a month and a half before. I worry about us re-debating or having councillors ask the same question when we're actually in the 7 day. Like, I want to know that we can keep that information somehow so that councillors are not re-debating a process.
So part of the process that we used to have is that we would have note takers that would keep track of the questions that came, and we could always summarize some of those responses back to you in a summarized document going forward, but it wouldn't be as labor intensive as doing the full written Q&A, but we used to have it where people would keep track of the questions.
I think that was even before my time. I don't remember that, but that's good. Okay, so if there's a way to do that.
Yeah, generally we do keep track of the questions that get asked.
Can that be something that we keep running on the budget website? Like, I guess I want to make sure that it's not just accessible to us, but it's accessible to the public when they go through the budget public hearing, and that they can see that we've asked these questions, they know the information. So.
Yeah, from the clerks just said like that would be something that we would have accessible.
Wonderful. Okay, then I feel very comfortable with this now. I just wanted to make sure I went through that process. So thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, sorry I didn't jump on the board earlier, but thanks for the clarification on the live question. I guess just one of the things, I'm less concerned about documenting it, but if I recall the last process, we had hundreds of questions submitted. Some of it took some processing. It didn't happen, right on the spot during presentation. Some were quite last minute. Do you feel, do you feel that this new format would address some of those things?
I think if there were questions that we couldn't answer immediately on the spot, we would follow up like we do often, where we let you know that we don't have it at our fingertips, and we'll get it to you in writing. I think there would still be an opportunity to do that for those odd questions where we couldn't respond immediately.
Okay, great. On the public engagement aspect, I like some of the suggestions, and I'm sure you'll firm up the plan further. But are we partnering with other organizations like EFCL or Chamber, or just to reach that kind of membership? Or I'm assuming that will be part of the plan.
We might need to get back to you. I'm not as involved on that planning as far as the EFCL piece. Nancy.
Okay, that's okay. I just wanted to put that on the radar. And then just finally on the so we're gonna get the reports October, November, and then the non-statutory public hearing, that's 2 days. Right, like about 3 weeks after. 23rd, 24th.
I believe that's what's on the council calendar.
And I just want to confirm, because last time we had quite a lot of time allocated to this. Do you feel that this is enough time to process a budget that I imagine will be just as large, if not more, as the last 4 year? Yeah.
I think the number of days that we have, we should be able to move through going, like, to get your questions and everything answered. So I think we're going to have enough, but we'll probably have to have a closer look at it as we get a little bit closer to finalizing budget.
And from members of the public.
Yeah, this is more days than we've had before. Normally, we only have a 1-day public hearing, so this will give even more time for the public to come and
I thought the
provide
last round we had like a week.
No, not for public hearing, no. Not on budget, unless the clerk can correct me.
Yeah, there has been a variety of different approaches. I think what we're trying to do today is just get clarification. Your calendar has already been set, so there's 2 days for public hearing based on the draft budget that's presented, but throughout the year, there's a ton of other engagement opportunities. So based on what we've got, I think we can always adjust it if things change throughout the year, but I think we're comfortable with what we've got today.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Councillor Wright.
I just want to make sure that the note taker will not just be taking the questions, but the answers will be there as well.
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that Gemini can do?
We will use summarization through Notebook LM, Gemini, that type of thing to help to make sure that we're expediting that, yes.
Okay.
But we will double check it for accuracy.
Okay, and I'm just going to go to the clerk now because I kind of got a different look
Well,
there.
I just say, so just anytime we're using AI, it's just there's an obligation on administration to make sure that the information that's being used is accurate. So you're welcome to use generative AI technology, but what goes on the public record needs to be verified by a human.
Okay, and that's what, okay.
Absolutely, we always do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. I guess just a slightly different question. I'm just wondering how does this process that's outlined in front of us intersect with more of the like strategic priority setting conversation and work that's happening as well? I'm trying to understand what that looks like.
Yeah, we have thought through that. Councillor Salvador, I think we do have a process in place. We need to have a couple more conversations before we can bring it to council. But to Eddie's point, we are thinking about how to meld council strategic priorities with some performance measures, which will then inform the branch presentations, which are coming to you in March, which will then inform the ward engagements in April, and then over to the 4-year budget. So.
Okay. So I guess we would see that show up through the branch presentations, or?
So the first part's going to be landing the priorities of council, which is going to happen imminently, I'm sure. Then into those priorities will have a bit of information informing our branch presentations, but our branch presentations are going to be very heavy in what do we do today. Then we're going to take those and the branch presentations and the priorities, and then we'll do the public engagement side of the fence, which will be out in your wards. Like, I think we're having one per ward, one meeting per ward, and that will then advance through to the budget preparation or creation itself. So it's happening all the way throughout. The priorities of council is what's going to inform every stage thereafter. We're working on our branch presentations. That'll be less influenced by the priorities, but as we move into the branch or the engagements in the public, that will all be around, what are you looking for? What are those trade-offs? The conversations as we start to build the budget out for the 4-year.
Okay, that is helpful, and looking forward to those conversations as we gain some more clarity. And then another different one, I just wanted to kind of get a sense around expectations or maybe just recommendations or desired process when it comes to council committee motions related to like unfunded, funded packages in advance of budget, and how that weaves into this work?
So we don't allow funded service packages. That's essentially making a budget decision outside the budget process. You are welcome to make a motion for an unfunded service package through any of the reports that come through to council.
Through to council? Committee, or is that just a...
Generally, we have them coming through council. It's not very often that we see them coming through committee, but I guess if they were made through committee, we would certainly take that into consideration.
Gotcha. Okay, just trying to get a good understanding of some of those parameters. I'm out of time, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Hearing no further questions, I will ask. Yep. No, I'll just go back. I'll go to the mover. Would you like to close? If nobody else wants to speak, sure. Yep. Seeing no further questions, return to the mover. Do you want to close? Are there others who want? I see no one on the board. Is there anybody who wishes to debate? We have a motion. Went through questions. No questions. Do we have anybody wishing to debate? Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, no, I just want to thank administration for all the work that has gone into these presentations. This was actually an incredibly well done presentation that really clarified a lot of the issues that the city is facing in regards to service delivery levels, budget, infrastructure. A lot of the things that we've been talking about, a lot of things have been impacted over the past many years due to COVID, enormous inflationary pressures, especially on the municipal price index, tariffs, and provincial and federal reductions in grant allocations and in downloaded costs. So, and other factors. So there are a lot of pressures that we are facing that there are choices. Council could choose in the upcoming budget process to continue to kick the can down the road. There is a breaking point to that, but council could do that, and lots of councils might want to do that, because not kicking the can down the road means that you have to do some serious work with some serious decision points. And politically, it's so much easier to do nothing. But I get a very strong feeling that this is not a council that has a desire to do nothing. And there's not a mayor who has a desire to do nothing, as evidenced by this motion. And so this is going to be a mature, serious conversation with the public, because ultimately it's the public's dollars, the public's voice, and the public's policies. But they cannot make informed decisions on that if they are not informed. And so it's going to be a very fascinating process that I'm looking forward to very much. And I am so glad that we have a council on board that, by all intents and purposes, because I cannot speak for council, but looks to me like a council that will take on that mantle of responsibility and do the hard work for the people of Edmonton today and for those who are coming after. Because truly every budget is a generational work. I just don't think that it has always been viewed that way. So, thank you.
Mayor Knack to close.
Thanks. So appreciate this process. I think it's going to be very thoughtful. A little bit to some of the Councillor Salvador's questions. I would just say this is probably, I think I can safely say it'll be the most thorough budget process we'll have ever gone through in my now fourth term. My first two terms, I would say was good. We had a lot of written questions. Similarly, we had that in the third term as well, but with some more more work on broader engagement. I think some of the tools that city administration created were really valuable, especially last term, I think in some of the sliders and the work that goes there. What I'm encouraged about this process is it feels like it is truly a year-long process. That's always been what admin has done, but I don't think it's been what council's ever done in our budget process, where we are going to be more involved with this process, which I think gives us the best chance to make sure that the budget that is presented later this year is actually council's budget, and this will sound a little bit weird, not administration's best guess at what council's budget should be, which is, I think, what I have seen each of the last 3 terms. And again, administration does their best to try to take all of the feedback that they're gathering through motions on unfunded service packages on different things and then use that to shape it. I think what's more important in this process is that we will, ideally next month, finalize our priorities. Give that information to administration so that they have that understanding. We'll be developing some metrics around how we want to achieve our priorities. We're going to then use that to inform the budget presentations that are happening in March, which we have never done in any of my terms on council. We did branch and department presentations typically the week before the budget debate started. We're actually starting this work almost a year ahead of time. And that'll give us a chance to be a bit of a temperature check on different services, and we can give that feedback to administration, who can then refine the budget, and then we'll go through a public engagement process. You know, I've already talked with our city manager about, is there an opportunity, you know, in Q2 and late Q2, maybe beginning of Q3, about additional check-in points for administration to say, hey, we're thinking of making this big change. We think it aligns with your priorities. Is there an opportunity? Does it actually fit with what we're doing? So that hopefully by the time we reach the final deliberations, we might not actually need 7 days, because instead of having to take what was created and then fit in what we think was actually a priority that was missed, it will have gone through so many checks that we will ideally have council's budget brought before us. So very excited about this. I think it's the best opportunity for the most thorough process. I know administration always does an incredible job, but we have to realize our role in this, and that's what I think we're going to be doing throughout 2026, is being far more engaged in that process. So just wanted to offer that as we vote on this. So thank you very much.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. The amendment has passed. Return the chair.
Thank you very much. That covers us for item 7.3. Thank you very much. Next, we'll be moving to item 7.7, then 7.9. We have a few bylaws to still discuss, and then 2 in privates. For 7.7, I know while it has been discussed at committee, I don't know, there's a few questions still, so happy to have that as we come down, but we don't need to do, I should double check, no presentation needed, since we received a presentation and discussion before. I'll maybe go to Councillor Stevenson if you're willing to make the motion. I think you were the one who wrote it and couldn't move it at exec, so would you like to make it as the ward councillor?
Well, that's very kind, thank you. I am pleased to move that the 2026 real estate branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $6.5 million on a one-time basis, with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve to provide a lump sum grant funding payment to the Francis Winspear Centre for Music, and that the associated grant funding agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Francis Winspear Centre for Music be approved and be in the form and content acceptable to the city manager. And 2, that a below-market value access agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Francis Winspear Centre for Music to provide access to the Winspear Parkade at no ongoing cost be approved, and that the access agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager.
Second.
Ooh, it's close. I think Councillor Elliott got ahead there. So we'll do Councillor Elliott on that. Councillor Stevenson, do you want to introduce this? I know we debated it at committee, but this might be worth an introduction, just to be sure.
Sure, yeah, very briefly, just appreciate my colleagues at Executive Committee to be getting to this point. This action to me is really, really vital in ensuring that we're meeting commitments as a city to our community partners, and also ensuring the ongoing flourishing of the Francis Winspear Centre, which isn't just about them, but revitalizing downtown, our arts scene in Edmonton for the benefit of all Edmontonians. So thank you.
Thank you. I know Councillor Principe had questions and sort of half selected it. Well, I'll count it as you selected it because, yeah, you had questions. So you can go, you take the lead, and then Councillor Wright afterwards. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not sure if I necessarily have questions for you. I think what I would like to do is maybe not ask questions, but speak to it when it comes to voting.
That's perfectly fine. Yeah, very reasonable. Yeah. Councillor Wright, please go ahead with questions.
Hi, I have questions because we seem to do things on a one-off basis, but I understand from the Executive Committee meeting that there are other items coming forward that deal with Winspear.
Councillor Wright, that's correct.
And how soon would they be coming forward that we could consider this all at once?
Might ask Ms. Petrin to jump in if she can. To provide information on when the report relative to the CRL will be coming forward.
We're contemplating that in February.
Oh, so not too far off from now.
Correct.
So I think it was admin's recommendation that we do wait until that time.
Councillor Wright, we provided some advice in terms of ensuring that all of the outstanding items with the Winspear could be dealt with at the same time. Unfortunately, with the rescheduling of the item for the CRL into February, committee chose to provide direction to move forward in the basis that you see today.
Okay. I'm sorry? Okay, I'll ask the mover why the urgency if February is just a week away.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So my understanding, and administration can correct me, the report coming forward in February relates to funding the Winspear expansion as a CRL catalyst project. So it's focused on the capital side of the equation. This issue is a separate issue related to an agreement, and the one timing thing, aside from them being separate issues, I don't think that they need to be heard together. I think the other piece is that the sale of this property of the Century Place is on hold until we address this question.
Okay, thank you. Does this really put a crink in the sale if we wait a couple of weeks for further information, or to consider it all together? Or would this help the sale if it's all done together?
Councillor, the sale was held in abeyance, as a result of the motion that was made previously, and so administration was holding as a result of that until this report was debated by committee, and further direction was provided here at council.
If you want more information on that, I think we'd probably go to private. So.
Okay, my time is up. I'll wait and see what the others say, and then maybe I will move to go into private. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, questions?
Yeah, I don't think it's to be in private. I just have a question about parking and Chancery Hall. No?
Yeah, I don't know if, well, I guess there's like, go ahead, and yeah, I mean, I know there's going to be a bigger conversation next month about all that, but go ahead. Let's see if that can.
Yeah, I guess just clarity on the options that are provided at a committee that we're going through today. But as I understand it, the other options would materially change what, it's this. If we want to offload and sell those buildings, the parking would kind of alter on that, and that would kind of fundamentally change maybe the value of them. Is that correct?
Councillor Clark, yes. The implications of including some type of parking arrangement that impacted the operation of the parkade moving forward. Information was provided on that at committee around the impact that would have on sale of Century Place.
Okay, just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prince, do you have questions now? No, just for speaking, okay. Councillor Wright, would you like to go into private to get an answer to any questions, or?
Well, I think I heard what I needed to hear
Okay.
at executive committee.
Yeah,
But maybe for the benefit of other councillors that,
I think if you don't need it, then others can make a motion.
Okay.
We did discuss it in private. We had answers, and I recognize not everyone could be there, but if they would like it, they can move it, but if you don't need it.
Okay, I don't need it, but if anybody else wants to, go for it.
Okay. Well, I'm not seeing anyone else on the board for that, so therefore we can move into speaking to this item. And while everyone is eligible to speak, as this is at council, I would say if you did speak to it at committee, you don't have to speak to it again here at council unless your opinion has changed. So, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is another one that's very hard to make a decision because I feel that we do have an obligation. However.
Oh, sorry.
I thought I had selected to speak to it, and I hadn't spoken at
Oh, but you'll be able
executive.
to speak too.
Oh, okay, sorry, you
Yep.
were the one moved it, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, no, Councillor Principe, sorry, Councillor Principe, go ahead.
No problem at all. Yeah, so as I was saying, it's a tough decision because I do feel that we have an obligation. However, I think, as was stated by another councillor, we will be having further discussion with the CRL coming forward shortly, and I just feel that this is a little. I wish that we could have been doing this a little bit later. Again, I do feel we have an obligation, and I think that we need to do something. I just don't think that this is the answer. I would rather see this not pass and us go back to reconsider. Although I do feel that we do need to do something. So I just want to say that if this does indeed pass, I would be looking for a path of how we go forward to help realize our obligation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. No, I can't support this. I think it does need to be looked all together with the CRL and whatever. Just to understand, I guess, the full impacts. We do seem to do things on a one-off basis. We're drawing from the Financial Stabilization Reserve, which is already at a deficit that we need to bring back up to the minimum. So I can't support this at this time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the way I look at this is an outstanding issue, and we either deal with it now or we deal with it later. Either way, we're going to deal with it. And so how people want to vote now, absent new information, is probably how they would deal with it at another time. The way I personally have assessed this is that, am I crazy about the price tag? Absolutely not. However, the price tag is the price tag, notwithstanding now or 6 months from now. And I would rather just deal with it. It's not free money. Like, people should understand this. Like, this is, like, no matter what the funding source is, it has to be paid if this moves forward. But what it gets us is the question, right? What do you get for the dollars? You get an end to the conversation that is about fairness and about the longevity and the feasibility of the wind spear to actually operate long term. It also gets us a world-class center that helps to incentivize other investments, not just in the downtown, but in the quarter, if we actually leverage this. And that's the key. I am not sure if we are actively and aggressively leveraging the great things we have to incentivize more development. And that leads to a larger conversation about downtown safety and population and economy. But what this does is it gives us that thing. And so from a purely financial perspective, does this investment pay for itself? If we get that leverage, yes. Just on that, just on the real estate and property tax aspect. But also, does it allow us to move forward on a number of other things that have been held in abeyance? Yes, it does that as well. Get that off the books, get that moving. And then the last one is, does it add to the cultural and dynamic fabric of our municipality? The answer is very, very clearly yes. It attracts events, it incentivizes more economic activity, and because of the programs that they offer, brings up a lot of opportunities for young people to advance in their careers as well. And it builds that community. So for all of those reasons and more that I don't have time to get into, I am going to support this. I urge council to support this. Just financially, while we're not crazy about the price tag, the benefits that we will accrue far outweigh the dollar amount today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. I have to agree with my colleague, Councillor Paquette, on this. I hummed and hawed about this aspect as well, but I truly believe the Windspear does bring something to the community, unlike, there's only a few things in the community that really can bring for the arts center. So you think about the Citadel, you think about the art gallery, that's all in close vicinity. I think all these are part and parcel to make a vibrant community. And at the end of the day, too, I believe that council, if we don't go this way, we're going to be taking care of it through another way as well. So that could be, you know, we'll forgive the loan, but we're still paying for that because that's debt that we're going to take off on a different aspect. So this is one of those things that when it came from my awareness, it appears to me this has been ongoing for a significant period of time, and it's one of these things I feel just rip the Band-Aid off and get it done and get it over with. So that's why I'll be supporting this motion here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate the comments of my colleagues, and I can understand the hesitations. Absolutely. You know, I appreciate. I think what I've heard generally is that there is recognition that you know, the city has a commitment to this organization that we partnered with and that has helped us bring forward one of our key initiatives. And I you know, understand wanting to look for other ways to make this happen. I do feel, you know, as we've gone through this over the past couple of years, that we really have exhausted the options. I think the report that came to executive committee really was the final piece on that. And I think it's really important to, again, tease out the distinction between what issue this is resolving and what further conversations will be focused on. So again, when Windspear was planning their expansion, they did a very thorough business case to ensure that they could maintain their independence and their non-reliance on ongoing operating funding from any form of government. And part of that model involved parking revenue. Again, through reasons we've talked about it quite extensively, there's a gap and a shortfall for that right now. This $6.5 million now helps close that gap, allows them to continue providing their exceptional programming in our community. And as a very slight correction to my colleague earlier, the price tag will get expensive down the road. This funding is going to be used as an endowment, and the sooner it's in the hands of the Windspear, the sooner it's earning the revenue that they need to support their operations. As mentioned in the report, they were initially seeking $6.5 million, but they were able to lower that to $7.5 million, and they were able to lower that to $6.5 if we were able to do that sooner. So I do think, again, that we have another exciting conversation coming up about how our CRL can support the physical structure. But for me, what's in front of us after exhausting all options is the best path forward for supporting the long-term operations of this great organization in our community. So really encourage my colleagues to support this, and again, appreciate the conversation today.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-3. Next item of business is item 7.9, which again had some discussion in committee, actually quite thorough discussion in committee, but I think there's motion to be made which will generate more. Since this is Urban Planning Committee, I could actually turn it over to the Yeah, you're the chair, and you're also going to make a motion anyways, and you selected it. So this would be very reasonable to first give you a moment to, if you want to summarize any of the committee discussion, or if you just want to move right into the motion, that's fine too.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I forgot that step.
I know, we haven't done that. I should mention, we did do that. That's a common practice over the years, is that on an item that's been selected for discussion or decision that was previous at committee, we often let the chair just. Yeah, and that's why we haven't done it yet. So we've in the past allowed the committee chair to provide their best version of a summary of what was discussed, just in case members of council didn't get a chance to check it out. So I think we'll continue. I don't see a reason to not continue that practice in the as we've done in the past. So I'll give a few moments for the chair to provide a quick introduction, and then I will give, since the chair happened to select it as well, they'll also have a motion that they can make and introduce. But if you don't mind summarizing, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This item writ large is a request from from applicants to start the NSP preparation process for the Kettle Lakes neighborhood. The requirement for authorization for new NSPs is done through our city plan. And when this came forward to committee, questions were raised around the current information requirements at the authorization stage. We received clarity from administration that new procedures have been put into place effective May of last year based on a new terms of reference sheet that no longer required information being provided at the authorization stage. This led to some further conversation about that approach, and it was determined in the interests of not slowing down potential development that it could come. We asked administration to refer back the report and add some additional information to contextualize the decision that was before us in terms of authorization.
Thank you for that summary, and so now I can turn the floor over to you to make a motion, and then we can move into questions on that. So.
Thank you. So will move that a new statutory plan be prepared for the land generally bounded by Ellerslie Road southwest to the north, 1st Street to the southwest to the east, 41st Avenue southwest to the south, and 17th Street southwest to the west. And that a draft of the neighborhood structure plan return to Urban Planning Committee prior to advancing to City Council public hearing, and that the associated integrated infrastructure management plan demonstrate how cumulative city costs are not exceeded by cumulative city expenditures through a combination of approaches, including but not limited to densities, land uses, and off-site levies.
Thank you. That was seconded by Councillor Wright. If you'd like to take a few moments to introduce, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll maybe break this down into 3 different sections. So the first part of this motion is the motion that came forward to us at Urban Planning Committee. That first part of the motion would enable the planning of the Kettle Lake neighborhood structure plan. I think that's important. We understand that growth is happening in this area. We want to ensure that we're not creating unreasonable delays to bringing new homes and communities online in our community, in our city. The second part of the motion is adding a new step. Typically in the past, there's been an authorization of the new neighborhood structure plans, and then they just go straight to public hearing. In speaking with the applicants last week and in speaking to some of my colleagues, we felt that there could be benefit in having a touch point at Urban Planning Committee to ensure that the plan as it goes into finalization is meeting council expectations, just ensuring a smoother process at public hearing. It also gives us a chance at Urban Planning Committee to have a broader conversation. At public hearing, as we all know, we're restricted to speaking about land use matters, and we sometimes aren't able to delve into some of the thornier issues that we need to be dealing with in terms of tax revenue and fiscal sustainability of the city. So having the draft NSP come to Urban Planning Committee is an opportunity and a venue for that conversation. The third part of this motion is actually a direct reflection of the conversations that we've been having all morning. We know the fiscal challenges that our city faces, and the intent is to ensure that we're not furthering those challenges and setting ourselves further back with commitments to new growth capital and operations that don't have an equivalent uplift in tax revenue. The current integrated infrastructure management plan that was shared as additional information between committee and now does show that this area structure plan area is not intended to break even. It will be a net draw on the city's resources. And previous approaches of using non-residential growth to offset, we've heard thoroughly this morning, is no longer valid. We need to have non-residential growth to even rebalance our status quo, let alone paying for new growth. So that is the intent of this policy, or this motion, I apologize, and look forward to conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe for questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question to the mover, and thank you for the introduction because it did help answer some of my questions. In the motion, it says a new statutory plan, but I thought I heard you say that this is the plan, this was what was, is it new plan or is it the plan that was presented to urban planning?
Oh, great question. So an area structure plan has been prepared for the Dakoto area structure plan area, but no neighborhood structure plan has been created for the Kettle Lake neighborhood. So this just provides the authorization for the applicants to go and do the work to prepare the neighborhood structure plan.
Okay, but that's what was presented to urban planning, is that correct?
Yeah, those first two lines of the motion are just copy and pasted from the urban planning report.
Okay, so it's not new from the urban planning report, it's just copy and paste from the urban planning report?
Correct.
Okay.
Those first two lines, yes.
Okay, so it's not different from the one that was presented to urban planning?
So no plan was presented to urban planning committee. It was just a request to allow the plan to be created.
Okay, but it's just like copy and paste from that.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
And then for the third portion of that, to demonstrate how cumulative city costs are not exceeded by cumulative city expenditures, is that, like, do we know in fact that the costs are not exceeded by expenditures?
Yeah, so that is a wonderful question. So the information that we have before us, in the attachment 4 that was added since Urban Planning Committee, we see that the analysis that was done in 2013 shows that this whole neighborhood area at the area structure plan level, so this is on page 10 of attachment 4, that cumulative city costs will basically always exceed the cumulative revenues. To be fair, this was done in 2013, and as I think administration will highlight, there have been some changes in those assumptions. We are seeing higher residential densities. I think some other changes that we've seen relate to our costs. So again, this report is assuming a cost of $11 million per fire hall, which, as we know from recent conversations, hasn't lined up with the realities.
Right, and so, yeah, that's why because it was 2013, I wasn't sure if we know in fact, or if we're assuming.
Yeah.
Or we'll see.
We'll
if
see.
this passes, right? We'll see how it all plays out.
Exactly, that's the intent. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, all right. And then to administration, this won't necessarily slow down the proponent?
Just being mindful of time. The first one, it will slow down the process by roughly about 6 months, having a UPC stop in, just given the timelines. I can talk more about the other points as we go forward in this discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I guess I'll continue on that road to maybe let you finish what you're about to state.
For sure. So the first part of the motion about the UPC check-in, historically and predictably, we brought plans to public hearing for that fulsome discussion because that plan-making process is iterative, and what we want to present to council is a fulsome plan that includes all of the details for a robust debate. There's room within the public hearing process to discuss a myriad of things, including the infrastructure management plan, the IAMP, which relates to the tax and the cost discussions being held here. So within that process, we think it's successful, and that is the recommended route, is that we continue to go straight to public hearing, and if there's an issue with the plan or the information presented, that it be referred back. That option is available to councillors through the public hearing process for changes into the plan itself. The second point, in terms of having the IAMP demonstrate a cost neutral or cost positive, we view that as a policy change and a divergence from current policy within the city plan that looks in terms of how we want to progress development in the developing areas. So to take it back one notch, the city plan identifies a number of development pattern areas that have different policies associated to each. So there's the redeveloping area, which is infill inside the Henday. The developing area, which is the new areas outside the Henday, or what was called the urban growth area back in the old Way We Grow plans. There's been 15 years of policy progression that has outlined how they should be developed, that ASP was developed within that policy context, and within that policy context, there wasn't a requirement to hit any sort of metrics in that IAMP. So what this represents is a divergence from a consistent regulatory framework, and from an economic development perspective, industry members need that clarity and consistency in that process. Where, if this wants to proceed, we would recommend that this is an amendment to city plan and a fulsome debate be done through that process.
Okay, thank you for that. And just for my, I guess, education, and potentially those are on the table, this type of report, I got 40 seconds. What are generally an estimated timeline for this? And is there a cost generally associated? This is done internally, or do you have to go back for my education? Is this something the developers have to take care of?
So there's high input from the developers and the proponent. The IAMP is developed from a basically complete plan. It looks at all of the roads, all of the sewer systems, all of the facilities, makes assumptions based off of that and population projections, and those calculations are done within it. It is a couple of months process to get there, and it is internally driven report, and that reporting comes to you through the council public hearing process.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So, and I was surprised how old the IAMP was. Is that normal course? Like,
so the three outstanding or developing ASPs right now, the Dakota, the Riverview, and the Horse Hills, they were all developed around the same time, about 2013 to 2015. They were developed in that framework of the Way We Grow, which required a certain amount of diversity, as well as hitting different goals through FRESH, as well as new neighborhood design guidelines. These IAMPs are updated through the NSP, or the NSP creates a new IAMP for that neighborhood specific, so you do get updated data once the neighborhood
so we
plans.
will get a new one with the new NSP here, okay? Because I mean, even in the IAMP, it talks about there might be a rec center in there, but there's going to be no library. And I think that kind of goes against our 15-minute communities with the city plan.
The IMP doesn't drive the types of facilities within it. The information is derived from the planning work and what we expect our level of service to be within that neighborhood structure plan. And that's derived from other councils' policies and procedures in terms of where we want these types of facilities. So the IMP is a snapshot in time of that evaluation of that net present value of costs and expenses versus revenue.
Okay, I also want to just, when we're talking about, in the motion, it talks about land uses and off-site levies. The off-site levies would be then for the fire halls. Would that also include like the levies from the arterial roads?
It would.
Okay.
Functionally, like our off-site levies right now are for fire halls, and the ARA is more of a cost-sharing exercise.
Because in speaking with the fire chief the other day, he was not made aware, I guess, in their planning that this was being looked at being developed out. So they yeah. So in their planning efforts, they didn't know that there was going to be some population increase in that corner. And then I'm also wondering about, you talked about policy progression. The policy for the ARA was last approved by council in 2006, so that's 20 years ago. And I'm just wondering why that wasn't recommended to be updated, like even with the audit that was done in 2022.
So in what terms, Council? Like the ARA policy has been updated to include the cost share and responsibility for the arterials.
Not what I can see from the link. I'm showing that it's C507, last approved by council 2006.
Yeah, and we've been implementing that policy since then, which outlines that the developers are responsible for the vast majority of arterials in the neighborhood.
Councillor Salvador's time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate this motion being put on the floor. Just a few points of clarification to administration. So I think I heard you mention that part 3 would be sort of a divergence, and you would recommend an amendment to city plan. I'm just unclear what would be amended. I'm not.
So right now in the growth management area of city plan, it looks primarily at the future growth area in terms of changing the way our planning system functions. We have a number of motions as well, ongoing motions that look to improve the IAMP, to also look at the future costs of growth in these areas. So if we wanted to apply a different standard and a different threshold to our developing area communities, which are the areas that already have area structure plans, we would need a different policy direction within city plan to enact that.
And Councillor Salvador, I would just add, Council authorized a Snowberry plan preparation in September of last year. And so to apply consistency, ensuring that all new developing plans would have a similar approach, a city plan amendment would be the right policy approach to implement what's indicated in that second bullet.
And sorry, I'll just jump in as well. Further to that, there was the Highway 19 area structure plan, which is on this agenda, which was passed or on the agenda for authorization as well.
Okay, I might have some further questions on that. Okay, I'm gonna jump around a little bit, but just the language of point 3, so that IIMP demonstrate how cumulative costs are not exceeded by cumulative city expenditures. I guess what is our current expectation for IIMPs? That seems that's my understanding in general.
The IMPs do not have a threshold in terms of what percentage of recoveries or being net positive within it. So that would be that new policy direction. The IMP is a snapshot in terms of what the neighborhood is delivering and what those expectations of costs are going to be. It's also a recognition that a city as a whole doesn't develop one neighborhood at a time. There's ongoing projects, there's industrial projects, commercial projects that are expected to offset that tax levy. Not every neighborhood within the city of Edmonton recoups. I would say that actually most neighborhoods and residential neighborhoods within the city of Edmonton don't. You've heard that conversation today, whether it's existing or new or planned. So that type of policy discussion around creating targets that every new neighborhood or the specific neighborhood should hit a new target that's outside the bounds of our current regulatory and policy framework is required to have that more wholesome discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Chance, can you take the chair?
Taken.
Thank you. Can you walk me through the timeline to create an NSP is around 2 years, I think I remember hearing in the past, right?
Yeah, and roughly they're 2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years. Can you, I'm not sure I understand why there would be a 6-month delay. Like, can you walk me through the exact, like what's happening in those additional 6 months? That's what I'm not sure about right now.
So with any council touch point or committee touch point, there's a time lag involved. There's about a 6-week approval timeline where your pen's down, you're not working between when things have been signed off and when they've been scheduled. So everyone's working up to that one timeline. So there's a month and a half or so there. Once you get to committee, if the purpose is to have a wholesome discussion and direct changes from it, which again is a opportunity in the public hearing process, we expect those changes and review process to take another cycle of review and then to bring it back to public hearing. And to bring it back to public hearing, there's another 6-week time lag. So at a minimum, it's a 3-week time lag that's created just by reporting timelines.
So why wouldn't, and just because I maybe don't understand this, why wouldn't you be able, because this says to bring a draft. It doesn't say to bring the final version to Urban Planning Committee. So I'm not sure why the work of either the applicant or the folks that would be reviewing it couldn't continue while there's a check-in. Like, so if, let's say it's a two-year instead of a 3-year timeline, why a draft can come back at the 1 year, 6 month mark, and they could still come back at the year 2 point with the full piece. That's maybe I'm missing something here.
So these plans are large documents, and there's a lot of technical supporting documents to it. So the cycle of iterative reviews to come in, say, after first circulation, that is typically not near the best work that either the applicant or administration wants to put forward for debate and consideration at council or at committee. So I think it would be a disservice not only to the plan-making process, but to the time involved in council and committee to review those documents.
But I guess how many drafts are done before you get to a final document, right? Like, I'm guessing you don't just do one draft and then you go to the final, right?
Sometimes 3, 4, depending on.
So I guess maybe the question is why, let's say there's 4, why couldn't we come with draft 3 while you're still working on iteration 4 to give us that information without losing time? That's the piece I'm still not understanding of how we would actually lose time in this situation if you could bring draft 3 instead of 4.
Mr. Mayor, this is possible, for clarity. It's just around,
It's not common, but.
Yeah, not common, and understanding the expectations and outcomes of what we're trying to achieve by having an urban planning committee meeting when much of the debate and direction setting is through a land use public hearing on a bylaw.
Yeah, and I'm out of time. I'll come back around if I need to, but we'll see if there's other questions. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, go ahead.
Awesome. I guess to the movers, so I think we should just table this whole item until we do a city plan amendment, because what I'm hearing from admin is they need explicitly clear direction that we want new neighborhoods to be cost recovery.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm perplexed. I don't follow that thread at all.
So I'll move to table this item indefinitely until we can come back with a city plan amendment, and we'll have to come up with a subsequent motion.
I'm trying to think of the right order. If you wanted to make a motion to make that amendment, we could, this motion sort of has to be dealt with, I think, still.
So this is.
So I'll table this indefinitely to a timeline at a future time when a city plan amendment can be brought forward.
So just to be really clear, you can postpone indefinitely, or you can table, or you can postpone it until another action happens.
Yeah, so you can make a motion to postpone until discussion on a city plan amendment, but right now that motion isn't on the floor, so that's the only question I'd have for the clerks. How can you postpone for something that isn't yet?
Then postpone indefinitely.
Yeah, so postpone indefinitely.
Which means this goes away if it passes.
So you are eligible to make a motion to postpone indefinitely if you prefer.
Yep.
Okay. We will see if there's a seconder. There's not.
Show me another path.
There's just no seconder. So.
I'll second that.
Okay, I've got a seconder of Councillor Salvador. So hang tight for a moment here. So what we will do is now we are going to be debating just the postponement, to be very clear. So that means we will we'll keep a list of who is still on the board to ask questions. We'll clear the board, and then we'll be able to ask questions solely of the postponement.
Do you want me to introduce it?
I will right away. I just want to make sure it's very clear amongst council that we're not going to be then debating the rest of the plan piece. We can get back into that pending completion of this postponement motion on the floor. So, Councillor Jans, you do have the ability to make an introduction on why the postponement.
Sure. I think for a long time, going back to city plan around this table, we've talked about the need for more responsible growth. We've had extensive conversations about substantial completion, about a growth management framework, around everything else. And I wasn't aware that it needed to be written down explicitly in city plan that we wanted growth to pay for itself and to pay for growth. This is perplexing, and the point of this is we've talked all morning about we cannot keep growing the way we've been growing. We cannot keep servicing and adding services, adding capital, adding future replacement costs without a plan for them to pay for themselves. And, you know, I can't think how many times I've heard, and this is one of the frustrations of being a counselor. We have asymmetric information here. Administration are the experts and they guide us, but often I feel like, and this is my words, sometimes we say, well, what about this? And they say, well, that's considered here. Well, what about here? Well, that's considered here. And we get into this kind of chicken and egg situation where the NSP is sorted out, but, well, first you do the ASP, and then you pass the NSP, and then you pass this, and we sort of move through here, and like we've got into this conversation. But if we're operating through this process with a different primary value set, that budget should balance, that growth should pay for growth, that we should be, any new neighborhood we're approving should not be a financial drain, that it should be contributing. If we have to make that explicitly clear, then we have to do so. I wasn't, if this seems a little clumsy, it's because I feel like I'm having to justify the obvious, and I wasn't prepared to have this debate today, because I thought that in all of our philosophical, in everything that we've been building towards through these conversations, I thought this was a given and a common understanding between council and ELT and administration, and obviously a source of tension with industry. So yeah, I think we can't go ahead and pass a plan today without some sort of a sense of how that plan is going to be paying for itself. That's the reality. So we're boxed in. Because if we pass the plan, you're accepting a huge tax increase. You don't know how huge. It might be a little huge or a big huge. If we don't pass it today, I don't know. I don't see another path here. So I guess we gotta go back to first principles. Do we expect growth to pay for growth? Write that down in the language we all agree upon and go from there.
Thank you. Now we will do questions on postponement and postponement only. I see the board, so I'll go through the board. Councillor Stevenson, do you have questions on postponement?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just, I understand where Councillor Jans is coming from, and so just to administration, I am very perplexed by this notion that we would need to amend city plan to accommodate this. In my mind, policy 2.3.2, ensure that growth is managed with regard to the long-term fiscal impacts and full life cycle costs of infrastructure and services. For me, this is perfectly consistent with that direction.
So Councillor Stevenson, we have an approved area structure plan that sets out the policy framework for how this neighborhood plan would be developed. You've seen the IMP for the area structure plan. The neighborhood structure plan further translates that, and we are seeing a better return, so to speak, in the IMPs that are being done for new neighborhoods. So,
and I think one of the reasons we are seeing those better returns is that we are exceeding the density, for example, that was set out in the ASPs. So, for example, 45 units per hectare was not contemplated in the original ASP, but it has been set out as an expectation for this NSP.
And the same for Kettle Lakes is what we're intending to do, and that was included in the report, that commitment.
And so for me, that suggests that we are able to evolve our planning processes to meet the overall policy objectives that we set out. The fact that we're asking for 45, again, that wasn't contemplated in the ASP, but I think it's very much supported by our city plan policies.
We do evolve those ASPs as they move forward in relation to those higher and broader documents. However, just in terms of the city plan and the city plan direction, for example, substantial completion and those growth management principles.
But forgive me, we're not talking about substantial completion. We're talking about ensuring that growth is managed with regard to the long-term fiscal impacts.
What we're not talking about through that statement is a net positive benefit for every neighborhood. So that is a very specific target, and it's very different than managing the overall growth of the city. And the city plan itself sets out different targets and different pattern areas, as well as different progression of development to develop through a nodes and corridors process, as well as through a typical greenfield process to offset some of those compounding effects that we've seen as a business as usual case before city plan.
So what I think I'm hearing is that because city plan does not explicitly say growth will pay for growth, we would have to amend city plan to say growth will pay for growth.
I think there's a philosophical discussion of what growth for paying for growth means. Is that a tax levy neutral conversation? Is that growth will pay for the infrastructure provided or needed to provide for that development, not necessarily the full life cycle of it? I think there's also the issue of these plans have been approved and that certainty been provided through various policy documents that we're trying to navigate as we go through.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So why wasn't it flagged that city plan needed to be amendment when we were talking the Highway 19 NSP?
That plan wasn't selected. That plan wasn't discussed at urban
No,
planning.
no, but I mean, when it was first requested to have the NSP changed. Like, and I don't believe that was at public hearing. I think, wasn't that a council request that then went to urban planning? And then now it's come here to council, or came to council.
The authorization of Highway 19 came through a series of processes. One of them was a motion to amend city plan and the district plans to allow the progression of that plan.
Okay, and was that motion made at public hearing? Because you're saying...
The change of city plan was made at public hearing, correct?
Okay, so now you're suggesting that this... Okay, I just don't understand, yeah, why it wasn't such a big deal then, but now it is, that we want to make this one change to and delay it a few months.
I would say what's being asked here wasn't asked at Highway 19. If you had asked for Highway 19 to come up with a different evaluation framework, we would have given the same advice that that's a city plan amendment.
Okay, and if this does get postponed, the motion that's on the floor, then where are we at with this request?
It stops, and I would say it puts into the process into I guess, an integrity conflict, as council has set out a number of steps to go through in order to advance ASP to NSP planning. That consistency and that framework's been put in place for this particular neighborhood about 15 years since the way we grow, the old MDP. So the recommendation to postpone indefinitely, I would say, provides a very negative effect in terms of how we want to progress development within the city.
Okay, so if we don't postpone and approve the motion that Councillor Stevenson's put forward, that's what you're talking is the result then? Or, okay, so, or what's the result of that happening then?
Maybe city clerks can provide some clarity.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the motion on the floor right now is a motion to postpone indefinitely, which basically sends the motion on the floor from Councillor Stevenson into the ether. So then you're done. There's no authorization given by council to enact the plan, starting as was recommended by administration through committee to council.
Okay, so then it becomes, and I don't have it, then what is the original? Sorry, the original request then is just for us to either approve or decline what's been put before us.
There's nothing, it's gone. If the motion on the floor passes.
The motion's gone, but the original.
That's your time. Sorry, Councillor Elliott?
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to get more clarification. So on this, I totally understand where Councillor Jantz is going with this aspect. The questions I have, like, what are the repercussions of, one, this motion being passed? Does that only shut down my colleague's motion, or does that have ramifications for every other similar, what do you call it, IAP? That's what I'm trying to determine here. Is this only isolated to this just motion, or by this motion going through, this is going to affect every potential other development that's out there? That's what I'm trying to understand for myself.
So I can only speak to the procedural process. The implications of this, I will defer to administration. The motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely is only in response to the motion on the floor, the main motion on the floor put forward by Councillor Stevenson. I can't speak to the broader impact.
thank you for that aspect, and I'll move to administration if you can elaborate on my second, I guess, portion of my question.
Yeah, so if this motion is approved, the authorization, as city clerks has noticed, would go away. So the progression of development of Kettle Lakes and Dakota would stop until some indefinite period. This would create uncertainty and inconsistency in terms of our regulatory framework across the developing area within the city of Edmonton. So there's a number of plans that are in flight right now. Some are being developed. There'll be questions of, are we subjected to the same questions, the same procedures in terms of when the plan comes back and the expectations that are being built into these decisions, and we won't have an answer for that.
Okay, thank you, because that provides me clarity, because from my perspective, I feel that we need to deal with this motion, well, my colleague's motion, when we get to that. Depends on what happens after this motion here, but this is going to be a separate topic about how we move forward, because I know you indicated that you recommend that we should do an amendment if we have to go this direction. So I'm speaking out loud here, but I've got clarification now for what I want, but thank you though.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the mover, you had said we all agree on this. Can you explain what you meant?
Could you, what's the context of that?
Like in regards to the motion that Councillor Stevenson put forward and you want to postpone it indefinitely, you said because we all agree?
About what?
Yeah, exactly, about what?
Yeah, no, I don't know what
You said that in your opening remarks, and I wasn't sure
Could
what
you give me
were...
the sentence that was embedded in?
Okay, can you explain your opening remarks then to me? I'm just trying to get an understanding because I don't remember agreeing to...
I'm not being thick. I honestly, I don't understand what the question is.
Oh, okay. To administration, postponing this, is this something that, from what I heard, it's very negative effect, not recommended by administration?
Correct. Administration's recommendation is for council to provide authorization to prepare the neighborhood plan.
All right.
We're expressing concerns on particularly around the expectation that the IMP be cost neutral. I recognize city plan does articulate a need for financial sustainability, but that clarity and consistency for all neighborhood plans to be developed under the same expectations is like that hasn't been how we've been operating with the IMPs previously.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Okay, so just on this postponement, what I'm understanding, and I'm just trying to parse out because I think what's happening is there's a ride we're all trying to get off. Some of us are trying to get off of. That's what it feels like. We had a report in 2022 that highlighted there was a case study actually with Dakota as an attachment that showed that there was absolutely a significant gap in the revenue that was projected to be created by that growth area and the cost of the services and operations that would need to, capital and operations that would need to be given. And at that time, it was kind of received for information, but I think we've all been talking about, fiscal responsibility, sustainable growth, all of these things have been swirling in our conversations since then. And so, in that report, one of the quotes that I find really interesting is it says, the city plan identifies short-term and long-term growth priorities that need to be considered. Decisions must consider the city's responsibility to maintain and desire to improve services, facilities, and infrastructure. So I think what we're struggling with is, if not postponement, if postponement is not approved, if it doesn't pass, and we go back to the other question on the other motion on the floor, what I think council is saying is we don't have the information to make that that decision based on what city plan is saying. So how is there a discrepancy on that?
So there are a number of different time horizons involved in these, in this context around growth management, when plans are approved, what they were approved under, how they've moved forward through that council approval, and what existing policy and new policy there is today. So we don't operate in terms of when a new policy approved, everything's given the go at the same time. So we're straddling various policy contexts that we're trying to converge.
Okay, so if I'm just understanding correctly, because this is historical, sort of north of 41st, we've already kind of committed to industry that we would proceed with these.
Correct.
And so postponement in this case would have that impact that you said of like really sending a message to industry that could be concerning to them about the currently approved developing areas.
Correct. That approval of that area structure plan was the signal to industry that these areas were ready to develop. They still have to go through the necessary approvals and review process to get there, but outlining expected land use at the area structure plan level is that signal that this is going to be developed.
Okay.
And
Councillor Salvador? Sorry, I don't mean to be
Why don't
rude.
you finish the answer there?
Oh, okay, sorry. Just in terms of learning from Dakota and that report that Councillor Rutherford mentioned, we have since updated and have improved the processes for the IMP. So for instance, the Windermere ASP, which was adopted in 2004, we recently brought forward the Kendall NSP last year. With that, there was an IMP that was attached to it, and that showed some improvements in that financial situation, but only up to a 50-year period. So we're definitely working towards improving how we are collecting that information for finances. So I just wanted to highlight that that information was taken, industry and administration has worked together to try to bring those steps into place in terms of improving how we're doing that financial modeling.
Good, okay.
In alignment with the city plan.
Right. Thank you for that. I guess what I'm coming back to, I mean, I don't think that postponement indefinitely is the best course of action. I agree that it introduces a lot of uncertainty into the process. I guess going back to the previous motion, to Councillor Stevenson's motion then, if we were to go back to that, if that were to pass, I'm just wondering what administration would do.
I'm gonna let it go because I feel like we've been asking a lot of questions that really do overlap and will hopefully then mitigate our need for further questions upon debate of this. So I'll allow it, but yes, thank you, go ahead.
We would enact the motion. So we would evaluate the plan to ensure that it achieves a revenue or cost neutral prospectus from the various levers that we have through the land use planning process. What we don't have, and which is important, is that functionally the IAMP is also a tax rate conversation in terms of how do you impact those revenues versus the costs. Because it's a picture and point in time, it takes into consideration what the infrastructure is required versus what we think the revenue generation piece is.
Right.
Councillor Salvador, I just note, like this, we feel this is a policy conversation versus a one-off on a neighborhood. I will note, however, that everything south of 41st Avenue, I would consider there are some different expectations there in terms of how we intend to grow there. And there's a body of work that's happening as it relates to that area.
Right. And I, just aware of my time, the thing that I keep coming back to very early on in last term, I remember really digging into the question of growth paying for growth. And at that time, I think the built-in assumption was on the non-res side that would sort of supplement or buffer any of those losses. And we are losing so badly on the non-res side that I think there's some fundamentals there that are problematic.
Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Can you outline to me what are some of the legal risks regarding postponement?
Counselor, I think from a statutory preparation perspective, there's no entitlement to a statutory plan or to be heard with respect to a statutory plan. So I don't know that there's any particular legal risks that would come to fruition on a postponement.
I guess I'm not asking about statutory processes. I'm asking about what are some potential legal risks that we open ourselves up to when we postpone an item that was put forward based on good faith and existing policies that are, within this environment.
And Councillor, what I'm saying is there's no legal entitlement or right to have a plan brought forward. And so from my perspective, I don't see that a postponement creates a legal risk for the city.
I guess, okay, so I don't know. I think I'm viewing the legal risk perhaps a little bit differently, considering that these neighborhoods are progressing based on a certain set of understanding, and to postponement drastically changes the direction around that. Okay, maybe I'll just toss in a few other questions I was having. I appreciate that this is a fourth neighborhood NSP request. But this whole conversation is really about phasing and timing of these NSP. And, the previous few were with a 3-year gap. And now this request is coming in, 6 months after the last approval. Are we accelerating? Is that consistent with other types of NSP? Should we be expecting the final Dakota, which is sort of smack in the middle of the map, also come like 6 months later? Can you just maybe elaborate on that? I'm not sure if I got the answer during the committee.
Yeah, Councillor, I can speak a little bit to that. So what we're seeing in the Dakota area is that Kettle Lakes is kind of at the threshold of development from Alces and from Snowberry. So there's kind of a multi-pronged sort of extension of the Dakota area being developed. So it is anticipated that within the next 3 to 5 years that the northern portion of Kettle Lakes at Ellerslie Road could have the servicing extensions and the roadways there to allow for the Kettle Lakes neighborhood to start develop alongside Alces and Snowberry and Meltwater. So it's just kind of a symptom of where the connections are, but it is appropriate if Kettle Lakes is going to develop in that horizon to do the planning and the NSP work now.
Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe to just ask the legal question in a different way, maybe. So with us approving, item 7.5 and a similar area or NSP like 4 months ago, there's no risk to the city of, the developer suing based on.
So, Councillor, I can't tell you if developers will sue or not, but what I can tell you is the city's legal position if we were to get sued. So maybe we can stick in that lane.
Okay, sure.
And I'm just going to jump in to reinforce that, because this is an issue that's actually been considered a lot by the courts, whether there's actually an entitlement to a certain process. And I think we have fairly consistent legal authority to say, as long as we're all acting in good faith and looking to make sure that the city's developing in a proper fashion, that the legal risk is minimal.
Thank you.
Councillor Parmar, I would just add there's reputational risk in terms of this decision.
Yeah, thank you. And actually, I think that's one of the things about postponement is, I think about a lot about like the city and like it being an easy city to deal with, from a business side, from an economic development side. And when you're looking at long-term investment, predictability is actually one of the #1 key things when you're looking at an investment, especially in industries that take so long to get from start to finish, when these neighborhoods take 40 years, and what has been invested, not only from an industry side, but actually from a city of Edmonton side of the people that are working on these plans, the people who worked on these ASPs decades ago. And so I guess my question is also, do you think by us having this conversation that there could be reputational risk of having the conversation?
I do, and I think Build Edmonton Metro, who represents the development industry within the city of Edmonton, did share a letter with council, I believe, that articulated what you've just shared, Councillor Parmar.
And can I ask a question about, we talk a lot about the expenses of these developments, but when I look at the expenses, some of them look like expenses that the city puts on itself, such as the libraries or the rec centers. And so I'm never really sure if some of these things in the IIMP are need to have or wants. Can you maybe just explain? I'm sorry, this is like on the border of both things.
I've exercised, and
Okay.
I'm happy to let that question answer.
Okay.
I'm just asking colleagues that once we debate this, that we're not going to spend another hour asking questions when we get back to the motion, because I've exercised a ton of discretion on this.
Thank you.
So when we approve communities, we expect them to be built out as complete communities so that you can access what you need within a reasonable travel distance.
Sorry, and I know I have just a quick question. So is that a policy that we have as city council? Is that in the city plan?
It's a level of service determined through each one of those discrete business areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, you didn't get or no, wait, you did ask questions. This would be another round, correct?
I'm just going to speak to the motion.
We'll just hang tight. Yeah, Councillor Jans, do you have questions?
I have two questions.
Okay, please go ahead.
What is the point of an IIMP?
The IAMP provides an evaluation of those costs versus those revenues, and it provides an outlook to council in terms of what the neighborhood is going to bring in for those revenues and what it's expected to cost over the life cycle of the neighborhood. So it deviates or divides that shared responsibility for those costs between the developer contributed assets and the city's obligations as the neighborhoods build out those libraries, those rec centers are put in, determined through that level of service.
Based on what is the appropriate number we're aiming for? 50-50, 75-25?
Currently, there isn't a number associated with it. So this is, I would call it generation one of the IAMP that we're using right now. We've updated. We also have further motions to look to improve the fiscal sustainability of new neighborhoods, which are direct derivatives of the IAMP.
Improve it, if I may, improve is a what is the quantitative?
That was the motion provided right now. There hasn't been a specific discussion in terms of what we're trying to target or what we're trying to reach. What I would say is that city building and cities as a whole operate as a network and a system where each block doesn't pay for itself. Each neighborhood may not pay for itself, but maybe the industrial next door helps pay for some of it. Or however, if the entire block is towers, maybe it does pay for itself. So they're not discrete units within the city that operates holistically, and we look to balance that out through our growth, and the city plan is our guidance in terms of how we achieve that growth to maintain that applicable non-res as well as that development pattern through compact city development in the nodes and corridors, as well as efficient growth in our greenfield areas and our developing areas.
Okay, so what I think I hear Edmund saying is everything is sort of, there's no hard targets in terms of a number of like, there must be this neighborhood, every new block or every new neighborhood or every new X must recover 73% of operating. And what I think I'm hearing you say is if council wants that, we have to explicitly pass a motion telling you that.
Correct. And what I would say is that, as Kim said on the before around the future growth area, there are expected conversations to happen around that.
So right now, the acceptable level of loss is limitless.
So through various land use policies to achieve that compact city form, that 45 dwellings a hectare, you're mitigating some of that risk. But again, historically, we haven't looked at residential neighborhoods as a revenue generating opportunity.
Okay. May I withdraw the,
Yes, you may, as long as, yeah, is there any? Yep, okay. Motion withdrawn. Thank you. So we're back to the original motion by Councillor Stevenson. We have asked many, many questions at this point. I would ask if folks have additional questions. You can still click on, of course. But, well, just hang tight, okay. I think we made it through a round one for everyone that I'm aware of, so this would still be another round. Can I take a motion for another round of questions?
so moved.
Moved by Councillor Jan, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for another round of questions.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. And there were a few more questions. I think Councillor Stevenson, I saw first on the list there for questions. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thank you. You know, I take administration's points raised just around consistency in the process. So a couple questions there. You know, I think our terms of reference is a really important way that we set out those expectations. So wondering if administration could, again, we're sort of playing a bit of catch up. There was a new terms of reference created back in May of last year. It was made available online, I think, last week. So when I'm looking at those terms of references, and forgive me, I'm still getting familiar with it, I don't believe I saw sort of that expectation again around 45 units per hectare. Was that included in the terms of reference?
So the terms of reference don't outline all of the policies that the plans have to be aligned with. It
Okay, so
outlines, it's a
what-
procedure and operations document for administration to communicate with applicants.
So how do applicants know our density expectation targets? Is that the 45 in city plan?
It's in the city plan.
Okay. And so I guess I'm still not following how this approach with an updated IIM or with a expectation for the IIMP is different than how we have evolved our expectations in plans that have come forward under old ASPs.
This is a significant policy divergence from where we are today.
Could you clarify divergence?
So in terms of how we expect these areas to be developed, which, and in this area is called a developing area within the city plan. So these statutory plans, these ASPs were approved under the Way We Grow, which outlined a number of principles and a number of policies that had to take into account.
And did any of those policies say they do not need to break even?
The policies did not get to that level of detail, just like
Okay.
we don't have policies that say they should meet 75% or 60% or what have you.
So again, given that we have a policy framework that says that we have to ensure that our growth is managed in regard to the long-term fiscal impacts, I'm not seeing the
That doesn't
inconsistency or the divergence.
Yeah, and that doesn't necessarily provide the clarity that the expectation is cost neutral.
So, Councillor, the city plan recognizes that there is a life cycle to neighborhoods and that eventually they cost money to renew and to redevelop. And so that element of growth management, there has to be some change to that in terms of how.
But we have a recent example with the Kendall NSP that shows that neighborhoods don't have to cost us money, that they can actually be.
For 50 years.
Yeah.
Councillor Wrights.
Thank you. I'm trying to just see where sort of we're out of line with city plan. So if I go to the Snowberry item that came to Urban Planning Committee, and then it went to council for approval, I'm trying to see when it was at public hearing.
It hasn't advanced the public hearing because that Snowberry was the authorization to do the plan.
Okay, so, but you're saying that this request, that any changes should first have to go to public hearing, then back to Urban Planning Committee, who would then recommend to public hearing, in the case of Kettle Lakes here?
The motion is saying that if the plan were to be authorized, the plan would then be created, a draft would come to the Urban Planning Committee.
Okay, no, okay, I know what the motion is, but you had said that the progression is that it should first go to public hearing, then to urban planning, who would then have to send it back to public hearing? I don't,
No, right now, there's consideration in the process. If changes want to be made and directed by council, you can do that through the public hearing process. So when a plan comes to public hearing, and if council doesn't like a piece of it, they can refer that back for us to work, and that would then come back to a future public hearing.
okay, I thought you'd said that this had to go to public hearing. Okay, and I think Councillor Salvador sort of touched on it about the, with city plan sort of, I guess, thinking that non-residential was gonna sort of help with our, with the costs associated with the residential, and that hasn't really come to fruition. Maybe we do need to update the city plan to show that that industrial development isn't going as originally planned in the city plan. Is that something that we would then have to go back and amend in the city plan?
So I think, like, in terms of, like, the city plan doesn't outline a specific tax proportion between residential and non-residential. That's not within the city's plan's purview. What it does is outline a growth pattern to achieve a fiscally sustainable city. And right now, what we see in terms of how we direct growth, we are following city plan so that outcomes becomes a reality.
I'm still struggling as to why this goes against city plan, wanting to get this more information. But, okay, thank you. That's all I
Thank you.
have.
Councillor Paquette, do you have questions? Councillor Jans, do you have questions?
I do, to legal. We're told that public hearings were not allowed thinking about money. It's just land use. Am I wrong?
So, Councillor, I think it depends what you're considering at public hearing. So,
This
the
question
mayor-
was discussed at committee.
Yeah, the mayor and I had a discussion about this a little bit, and I had committed to digging into the issue a bit more and being ready
Oh, so it's
for
coming
this.
back. Okay, we don't have an answer now?
Well, yeah, and so I think for a plan, a new plan, you could have the IAMP discussion, the economic discussion at a public hearing for a new plan, because there is no rezoning component. So really, in terms of the decision-making spectrum, you guys are on sort of that administrative side versus the quasi-judicial side.
Okay, yeah, I'll speak to it.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair?
Taken.
Thank you. To the mover, just to be very clear, because I hear some of the initial hesitation was around the suggestion of a potential up to 6-month delay. The way I read the motion, which says a draft of the neighborhood structure plan would come to committee, is that we would not need to do that because you're not asking for the final draft to come forward. You're asking for a draft, so it could be the second or third that could come to that committee, thereby negating the concern that there needs to be a 6-month delay. Is that correct?
Certainly, and I think that just like we saw with this authorization at committee last week, it's now at council
Thank
last
you.
week, this week.
That's the main question. The second question is I look at bullet point number 2. While there is the ask for a demonstration of the cost not to exceed the everything there, what we would see, it is still within the applicant's right to bring forward an application. Council could choose to still approve something even if they could not demonstrate that this would break even. The way I see this worded, it does not suggest it must. It says demonstrate, and if it can't demonstrate, they could still come to a public hearing.
Certainly, it's just for me, I don't want delays. I don't think delays that don't add value help Edmontonians or anyone in the process. I think this will provide us with the information that we need, and what's important to me is that we're setting an expectation before years of work and money and technical studies go into preparing this plan.
Right. To administration, just to make it very clear, since I heard that, you have the authorization to not do a 6-month piece. You can bring a draft. This doesn't have to, maybe it still adds a couple of weeks, but in something that is a variable from 2 to 3 years, I'm not worried about a couple of weeks, but I've heard from the mover they're not interested in the 6-month delay. You've heard that as well?
Understood. Yes.
Fantastic. Similarly, I've heard from the IMP, I've heard a desire to get updated information, which I don't think is unreasonable, but I haven't heard, and the motion does not seem to be worded in a way that would prevent an applicant from coming forward to a public hearing with an IIMP that does not break even, correct?
That's what I hear. Just in addition to the first bullet, a draft plan, we would still, judging by this conversation, council or committee would want to see all of the IMP financials into it. So we would be developing a very technical document based off of a draft plan. So the platitude of garbage in, garbage out may apply.
Yeah, there's a risk of that, and I appreciate that, and thank you for identifying that. Okay, I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Councillor Principe, questions?
Yes, I do have a question.
Please go ahead. Councillor Paquette's only to speak, so go ahead.
Okay, Clerk Giesbrecht, I do have a question about this motion. If it were to fail, if a motion, the original motion, would it be able to be put forward, or is it too close?
Which, so.
That, like the
so
first part of it.
To be fair, the motion that you're referring to, I don't think has ever been made.
Right.
So if this fails, yes, an additional motion can be put on the floor.
Okay.
So this is, the way that I'm reading this is that this is a motion to authorize the plan and do these other things.
Okay.
If you like part of it but not all, you always have the option of amending.
Right, so is it cleaner to make an amendment, or would it be
That's
cleaner?
your call, either.
I would say what would be cleaner is to request, because the bullets, I imagine, are what you might want to vote separately on, so I think it's fair to split that. I don't think it'd be unreasonable.
No, because what if part one fails, then what do you do with part two?
Well, if part one fails,
But if you split, if you split this into
I see.
three, then you have to vote on all three.
Okay.
So this is a main motion
Okay.
with a body and two actions.
Okay, so
You
then
can amend what's on the floor.
yeah, so then the
You've got a
cleanest
couple
in that
options
case would
before you-
be to make an amendment to strike the bullet points, if that's what you're looking to do.
Okay, I'll do that then, make an amendment to strike the bullet points.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Do you want to take a moment to introduce Councillor Principe?
Just from what I've heard during the discussion, I just think that this is the most sensible path forward.
Thank you very much. Any questions on the amendment to strike the bullet points? Not seeing any. Those wishing to speak. Councillor Paquette to speak to the amendment. And if you're somewhat willing, hopefully the speaking to it will also save us from maybe speaking twice. But again, not a requirement,
Exactly the
but I'm just saying.
I just want to get it over.
Something you can think about. So, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. So, I understand the intention of, and it is a good intention behind the bullet points. But I wonder about the order of operations and the singling out of an NSP rather than having a broad-based conversation on how we move forward, which I think we should have, absent of singling out this NSP, personally. The issue here is that what is happening is that we've got a region that has very low friction for development. And what we're looking at is introducing more friction. And also the quality of what we would get back anyway may not even be worth the paper it's on, because we're asking for a cake before it's baked. So I do worry a little bit about that. The more population that goes into the region is a greater population that we subsidize that they do not pay into our taxes. And so the harder we make development in Edmonton and the easier it is in the region, the more we exacerbate that affordability problem for Edmontonians, because they are paying essentially for the free rider problem. On top of that, if we introduce complexities and friction to our building partners, their willingness to invest may decrease. And we were just talking today about how we need to increase revenues. And what we need is a short-term, a medium-term, and a long-term plan. So the bullet points are great for the next stage of what we talk about, and it's integral to it. But right now, we have to fulfill our consistency and expectations of our partners. Now, whether a community is intended to pay for itself or not is a very good question and one that we should answer. But this is not the mechanism for it. This is actually one of the worst mechanisms for it, in my opinion. So, the other concern I have is that this conversation could read to partners that council doesn't understand their own processes, policies, and order of operations, which would be fairly disconcerting to potential investors. So I support striking the bullet points, but hold on to them for a broader conversation about how we want to proceed within the city plan, how we want to develop neighborhoods that are more self-sustaining, how we want to develop a more fiscally strong city and self-sustaining city. But to pick out one area and make that the launch pad for that conversation is unfair to the people who have invested already enormous amounts of money into this, and unfair to all of our partners who will be left in a position of anxiety and disarray and a decrease in trust in the city of Edmonton as a good place to develop. Now, that doesn't mean that Edmonton is not attractive to develop, but the more we decrease that attractiveness and drive it to the region, the more trouble we will have to be that self-sustaining city. So I would support the removal of the bullet points and the future conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I really appreciate the conversation too, and I agree with many points set out in the initial amendment. For me, this is around fairness of how we treat one item or one area over another. And I think for me, we talk about having a housing crisis. And if we start to have investment that doesn't come in and build places for people to live, and we have to remember that people will have choice, just like our city plan that is 50% in and 50% outside. And so for me, I worry about affordability is if we stop actually developing these because they are 30, 40 years of work, that we will not set up the, councils in 5 terms from now for their conversations around affordability. The other thing I want to just speak about is around, the competitiveness of Edmonton. And so we are growing so big now that we are just bordering all of our other sister communities, so in the donut. And I worry about the competitiveness of our of our city. It's been stated before that people will choose to go to the donut, and then they will just choose to utilize all of the Edmonton city services. And so this for me is one of the reasons why I'm supporting striking out the bullets, not because I don't agree that we need to have a larger conversation about how we build, like what are our service levels in these new communities. And truly, that's a conversation also for budget and for just service levels and city plan and direction moving forward, which I don't know if, there's been a lot of conversation about we've felt this way, that it should be this way, but I'm not necessarily sure individually I've landed there myself. So just thank you.
Thank you very much. We will, you have a full 3-minute close, Councillor Stevenson, I'm guessing? Yes. Okay, no, then we'll take a break until 3:45. Councillor Tang.
Yep.
Thank you, and Councillor Stevenson will be back right away. We'll continue with speaking to account.
Here, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Elliott, please go ahead for speaking to it.
Okay, thank you. I'll make this short as well. I understand the premise of the, actually, you know something? It was, my comments were more going to be towards my colleague's motion, so I'm going to retract here and just step away from this one.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you. Well, whichever motion, I think I'm just going to take this one time to speak to it. This has been a really enlightening conversation. I think one of my biggest takeaways is that there really seems to be quite a divergence in understanding of the expectations laid out in the city plan between members of council and admin. I think this term is really going to be marked by a major conversation about growth management. We spent all morning talking about our outlook for the next 10 years and how are we going to pay for things. So, and it makes us really rethink about a lot of the debates that we've been having at committee, and with various stakeholders. And I think all of those pieces can be true. I was originally going to support the original motion on the floor because I think what it is asking for is essentially not necessarily new work, but a checkpoint at committee and a checkpoint to allow us to have this conversation about growth management, which I don't think is unreasonable. What I do think is unreasonable is the added time, and if we're going to add 6 months to including a committee checkpoint, then I think there's something fundamentally wrong with our report system, which I have flagged in the past. And then I think the second piece, to update an IMP from over 10 years ago, I also don't think is necessarily out of question. But when I think about the Kendall IMP that was recently approved, I know a lot of people who worked on it with administration, with industry, people were proud of that work. And I think it sets a good example. And if that is the example we want to strive for, why wouldn't we want to see, all other IMP to work towards that? And it sounds like administration is working towards that, but I think there's a difference between working towards it versus mandating it. And so I'm just picking out the things that I have gleaned from this conversation. From the beginning, I have also been pretty clear that these are absolutely critical conversations. But, we have people who have been working on this, given a set of understanding from many years ago and working in sequence in good faith. And to introduce potentially changing expectation, I question, similar to some of my colleagues, this issue around fairness. So I have been kind of back and forth in terms of, asking for information that I don't necessarily think is harmful versus potentially other ramifications.
Thank you. Councillor Jans to speak.
Yeah, what we heard at committee was that this is the approval to start creating a plan. This is the point in time where before you go forward and spend all the time and money and energy, that now is the time when you need to give clear direction. So what I hear the mover with this, not this amendment, but the main amendment trying to do is do exactly that and add some parameters there. And I think those bullets are integral to it. And in the spirit of what the mayor said, just kind of speak to it now as a whole. Like, I can't support this amendment. I will support the mover's original amendment because I have to be honest, I'm feeling quite a lot of whiplash from the capital and operating budget presentation this morning. And I think my colleague, Councillor Rutherford, said, when you're $1 billion in the hole, stop digging, stop adding, stop digging further and further and further. And I think I'm also mindful of the snow removal conversation that we've had over the last month, that if you have 12,000 kilometers of road and you can't clear them fast enough, don't keep adding hundreds and hundreds more kilometers of road. that we need to make sure, especially if they're not going to be paying for themselves. So I think what we have here is a situation where we've heard loud and clear from administration that our capital is constrained, our operating is constrained. But then we're being asked here to essentially greenlight a plan that may provide enough money to clear some of the road or none of the road. And I'm not comfortable with that. And that's where I think the original Councillor Stevenson's amendment is trying to sort out a bit more parameters and a bit more. That is predictability. That is fairness. That is setting clear expectations from the top. And I'm reminded constantly that at this table, we are the regulator. We do not have to accept new liabilities. That if a business, we want to have a predictable, good environment to do business, but if somebody says we want to open a sandwich shop in Edmonton, but the only way we can open a sandwich shop is if you commit to giving us $7 million a year, we don't have to agree to open that sandwich shop just to say we're good for business. We can demand that there's a balance and a responsible path to development. And that's what I heard loud and clear through the election. Edmontonians want housing choices. They want options, but they want to make sure that one person's choice is not another person's burden. They want to make sure that if we're approving new development, that it is cost recovery. We have a fiduciary duty to the city of Edmonton. We have a reputational risk to guard with Edmontonians. We need them to be confident that we're not rubber stamping asks for developers or industry or sandwich shops at this table, that we are responsible stewards of public money and public resources. And what I've heard here today is that we need to give much more explicit direction, and council really needs to take the reins here.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation, and will likely echo what's been shared by a number of colleagues. I can't support the amendment that's on the floor, and I will be supporting the main motion, so I'll just speak once. Very pleased to hear that the original motion sets a viable path forward. It would not result in significant delays, but what it does allow us to do is to gain a greater understanding and clearer line of sight to how our land use planning is directly tied to our fiscal position as a city. To me, this is perfectly in line with the principles of growth management. It's about the pacing and phasing of growth to meet the intended outcomes of the city plan. And in order to achieve the outcomes in the city plan, we have a responsibility to adjust and evolve and adapt our approach to growth management as conditions change over time. And given that our fiscal position has only deteriorated over the last few decades, I think it's very reasonable and necessary to have additional checkpoints throughout this process to ensure that decisions made today are going to set us up for fiscal stability and sustainability over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
Taken.
Thank you. So for me, I won't support the amendments, but I'll offer a little bit why. I'll echo much of what Councillor Tang said, and I think what a couple of others had said. So those bullet points are not about adding to the timeline. I think the initial answer we received from administration had suggested maybe 6 months. As we went through the questions, we received clarity both from the mover and subsequently administration that won't add time. That is a choice that we could have made to add time. The motion as moved will not. So let's be very clear. This is really about, do we want a checkpoint before the public hearing that doesn't add to the timeline? And for me, the answer is very clearly yes. And the reason I want to do that, this goes a little bit to the fairness argument I've heard from a number of my colleagues today, which is that as we have discussed, we have a financial challenge before us. We are going into a 4-year budget where we have far too many growth adds. You know, I'm looking at my colleagues here at 41st Ave. I'm going to look here at 215th Street. I'm going to look at 167th Ave. I'm going to look at Parsons Road and 66th Street. Let's be frank, there's no chance we will fund all of those in this next 4-year budget, most likely. I mean, I hope we could. I hope we get some provincial funding to find that, but at the moment, I don't see a path to accomplishing that unless something drastically changes. Therefore, I think it is prudent for us to get the financial information earlier in the process than we have normally got it. That's all we're asking for. at the end of the day, I would still almost certainly, and I know this will sound a bit silly, likely approve an NSP that doesn't break even, because we actually authorize these ASPs under a model that wouldn't break even. But what I want to understand is how much won't we break even by? Because I think we should be honest with ourselves. Chances are this one won't break even. The ASPs, the three ASPs that had a report 10 years ago that said we will lose 1.4 billion, we're not going to break even on those. We should absolutely have a conversation about everything south of 41st Ave. I don't actually think we should say no to an NSP that doesn't break even in the current developing areas, but we should completely understand just how much of an additional burden we are experiencing before we get into that public hearing. Because if it's drastically different than what we expect, we actually should, and in fairness to our partners, identify that before they get to the public hearing process. Because if we wait all the way until the end of that process and then send it back and require them to take another year to update it because we weren't satisfied with the numbers, I actually think that's less fair to our partners than if we had identified it earlier in the process. The financial reality of our city is clear. Let's make sure we're having our due diligence conversation earlier in the process, not later in the process. That's why I would vote against this and support the main motion. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Rutherford?
Thanks. I was debating whether I wanted to speak, but I do think I want to provide a little bit of thoughts on this. I think for me, I agree wholeheartedly that there is a bigger policy conversation, as Councillor Paquette pointed out, that we need to have. And it is clear that I have said personally, and even through this campaign to residents, that we have to substantially shift how we grow as a city, because how we're growing right now is not financially sustainable. What I can't support, though, is that there's one specific NSP gets caught in the crossfire of that bigger policy conversation. So I would much rather support Councillor Principe's motion to delete those items from the main motion, move forward with the NSP. We've already heard from legal that broader context and considerations of the city's overall financial sustainability and what the city plan directs in terms of what we must consider in terms of those things is valid at a public hearing. And I hope the applicant knows, but I think it is a lot of money to develop an NSP. So asking them to develop an NSP to come back for a checkpoint where we might just say, because you're not breaking even, we're not going to move forward with it, I don't think is fair for this particular one applicant and this one particular case. So I think I would much rather see a subsequent that says, let's have that bigger policy conversation, let's grapple with that bigger policy conversation, including any projects that developing communities that are still developing their NSPs. I think that's completely fair, not just south of 41st. But let's also not allow one specific neighborhood to get caught in that when we know that complex nature of land use and systems. And as is also pointed out, when you pull on one thing, it can have unintended consequences that you're not aware of. And we have to think about this in a regional context. And the reality is if we create too much affordability issues with our housing in Edmonton, it's just like was mentioned already. People will choose to move to the donut, but still use our services. And so there's a lot of nuance and impacts and unintended impacts that we need to shore out in a bigger policy conversation. But this is within the current developing neighborhoods, so I'm comfortable moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. As the ward councillor for this one, you know, I don't want to, defer, put off development, but I do think it has to be done in a responsible way. And and as Mayor Knack said, you know, it probably won't net out in the positive for us, but I think it's good to know going in how much far behind we are going to be, especially given the conversations from this morning. I acknowledge Councillor Rutherford. One neighborhood shouldn't be sort of caught in the crossfire, but I think at some point we do have to pull the trigger and say this is the one in order to get the information that we need to get. Whether they're going to go ahead and put in the money for the NSP, better to know sort of what council is looking for at the outset rather than waiting until they're too further much into it. And so having this draft, I think, would be appropriate before we go any further with it. So I will not be supporting the amendment, but the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, then Councillor Principe to close. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. You know, a challenge that we face as governors is that we can only make decisions with the information that we have at the time that we're making those decisions. I think we learned this morning the depth of the fiscal challenges that we face as a city, which highlighted our extremely limited capacity for non-urgent growth projects and the gap that we have in our non-residential tax base. Authorizing a new plan for a new neighborhood directly impacts both of these fiscal realities. New neighborhoods create new capital and operating costs for the city, and we know definitively that we cannot rely on non-res development to offset that anymore. I really take to heart the concerns of colleagues in administration about fair process. And I agree that we need a clear and consistent process for applicants moving forward through the plan preparation process. And I'll certainly have a subsequent motion to do just that. But the intent of my original motion is that we don't create a delay in the planning process, and in fact try to head off future and later delays that I think cause even greater harm. So the mayor spoke to this very well, setting out the expectations that we want, if not perfectly, to be striving towards new neighborhoods achieving cost neutrality, will avoid challenges down the road when much more money, much more time has been spent on drafting or preparing a plan. Another challenge that we face as decision makers is that we have to respond to what's in front of us. So we did have a report in June 2024 that spoke to both the terms of reference, so that's the plan preparation process, and also information on the Integrated Infrastructure Management, IMP, I forget what the P stands for, framework plan. That work was intended to be reported back to council in Q3 of last year. We didn't receive that report, and so we weren't able to have that broader policy conversation before this application came before us. And so again, it's not ideal, but I believe that my motion is a bit of the best of both worlds. We're able to allow this plan to be authorized, to move forward, but sets out clear expectations so that any policy that we do develop over the next year or two, which I sincerely hope we do, and can be very clear and explicit about our intentions with growth management, it just ensures that they're not caught off guard down the road. Again, I believe that this is fully aligned with our existing city plan and is critical for prudent fiscal stewardship for Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe to close.
I was debating on whether I'm going to say anything to close. I'll just add a little bit. I think that as a council, we've discussed priorities, but as individual councillors, we have differences of opinions as to what are priorities, and I think that needs to be respected and acknowledged, and we shouldn't be speaking as we all agree, because that's not necessarily true. We might, in the end, support council decision, but we don't necessarily all agree on everything. And I just wanted to clarify that I believe that this is the most fair process going forward. That is my opinion. And I think we do need a further discussion. However, at this point, I believe that this is the correct direction.
Thank you. Please vote on the amendment to delete the bullet points.
No.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 7-6. So that brings us to the main motion. I believe we have asked all the questions and spoken to it as I mean, you're technically welcome to speak to the main motion, but looking at our agenda, I would ask anyone wishing to speak to it to be very thoughtful. So I'll see. Councillor Stevenson, do you have questions? Just to speak. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? To close on the main motion as amended, Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you. I'm in an interesting position of voting against what is now listed as my motion. I'm afraid that I'm not comfortable with authorizing this new NSP without the checks and balances that that my original motion had in place. I think that regardless, it's been a really constructive and important conversation today, and look forward to subsequent work on this critical issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on the motion as amended.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 8-5. All right, next is, subsequent. Yeah, I have subsequent. Councillor Stevenson, I think, or Councillor Jans, or? That might be captured by here. Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead with your subsequent.
Yeah, and I apologize. I think so one subsequent is that administration prepare amendments, the new plan terms of reference, and report back to Urban Planning Committee.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Jans?
Second.
Second by Councillor Jans. Sorry, can we get, I just want to get the wording up on the screen, and then we'll give Councillor Stevenson a moment to introduce once it's on the screen there and in the chat. Please go ahead. Please go ahead and introduce.
Yeah, thank you. So again, we had a report back in June 2024 about the terms of reference, what they would be containing, and I think that it is important for all of council to have a sense of what's included in those and to identify what gaps and additional information may need to be included as well. I think ultimately we want to generate a new, well, yeah, I think where I'm left is not even fully understanding what additional policy framework we need to create, given that we have a growth management framework. But I think that this is an important start, and additional work will come out of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Not seeing anyone click on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak? Not seeing anyone click on. Any closing comments, Councillor Stevenson? Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting for two more. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. Next, I've heard from Councillor Principe both 8-4 and 8-5. She's comfortable just moving to the...
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I had a subsequent as well too, but
Oh, sorry, I
guess,
thought it was captured by the other one. My apologies.
No, given, well, I'm just, given the hour, it's about the city plan policy, so potentially I could make it as a.
Yeah,
as
if
a
you don't mind
notice,
making it as a notice, we
and then
do
we
have
can
some
debate it
important.
next time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
okay,
you.
okay.
Since 8.4 and 8.5 are now able to be moved just for voting purposes, Councillor Rutherford, do you want to move those both? We can just, we're on them now anyways, 8.4, 8.5 in their bylaws, so.
I thought they had questions on them.
Not anymore. They've just,
Okay,
yeah, they're
okay.
comfortable just moving to voting too.
Okay, I will move first reading on item 8.4 and 8.5.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for first reading of both of those items.
Yes for me.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, was that a yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
yes.
We, hang on.
Oh, just hang on. We're going to wait for
Yeah, we're
potentially
fixing.
somebody to make
Nope,
a,
no fixing. We're just waiting for one more vote.
yeah. Are we all in?
Nope.
Nope.
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. Councillor Rutherford?
I will move second reading of item 8.4 and 8.5.
Just 8.4. 8.5 is first reading only.
I
So.
see, yes,
Yep.
sorry, that was me.
No problem.
So I will move second reading of just item 8.4.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I will move consideration of third reading on item 8.4.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford?
I will move third and final reading on item bylaw 21381 to amend revised bylaw 17079, City of Edmonton Waste Services Project, Northwest Eco Station, Amendment 2.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. I'll take a motion to go into private subject to sections 19, 29, 30, 32
So moved.
of the
Just-
Access Information
Just
Act.
before you vote on that, can I just confirm that the motions pending will not be dealt with today?
I can't guarantee that because I don't know how long the procurement updates item will take. So I'd like to provide certainty, but I can't because if we go quickly, then we can get there. If not, we won't.
The performance as well.
That won't take long. Yeah, it was just, it must be selected. So, sorry, I had a mover. Do I have a seconder to go into private?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. We will take a few moments to clear the room. and then the agenda. Those would be the three, yeah. Yeah, reconsideration, 9-1, and then the agenda or orders of the day to be changed. That's right.
We're live.
Thank you. Just with unanimous consent of my colleagues to extend by about 5 to 10 minutes just to wrap up 3 important votes. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm seeing nodding heads. Thank you. First, Councillor Rutherford, just to make a reconsideration motion. Please go ahead. It's on the screen, I think.
And I can reconsider even though I
You were on the prevailing side.
We're on the prevailing
Yeah.
side, so you can move it.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, so hang on.
Can I move for?
Hang on, can you just, sorry, there's lots going on today, so apologies. I thought I checked that you. My apologies. Nat, Clark, Elliott, Morgan, Paquette, Parmar.
Parmar has agreed to move reconsideration for that.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote to reconsider.
This is just to reconsider.
Just to reconsider. Yeah.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. This is just to reconsider.
Do we need to, can I just confirm, has everybody voted for the reconsideration?
This is the vote to reconsider? You don't want to be motion to reconsider. Okay, so
So
we
then
just
we'll
want.
just we'll undo that. We're just gonna
Yep.
clear the vote and then we'll send it back out.
Yep, please go ahead and we'll send out that vote again for reconsideration.
Just give MJ a second, please. Just waiting for one more vote.
Point of order. Is this for the reconsideration or
This
is
is still for the reconsideration, yes. Yeah, sorry that we had to recall the vote because it wasn't. So this vote is again for the reconsideration. So if you are okay with the reconsideration, please vote yes. If you would not like to reconsider, please vote no. Has everyone voted?
No,
Clerk, can you change my vote, please?
you have not voted,
What the?
so I can't change it.
Okay, I'm a yes.
Thank you. We're just waiting for one more vote. Councillor Salvador? We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-1. Now we are voting on the motion, which was to authorize the approval of the plan as
The main
amended.
motion as amended.
As amended. Please vote. Oh,
I want to put it up on the screen
yeah.
so we all know what we're voting.
and it's not that one because, there we go, that's the one. That, yes. Back to the original motion as amended, which has no bullet points. Please vote on the amendment, or the motion as amended. Thank you.
I just feel like I've got bullet holes.
It's very confusing.
It's okay.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 9-4. Perfect. That is the vote as intended. Thank you. Okay, that covers that item. We're going to do 9.1. Let's see, selected by Councillor Principe. Are you able to make that motion, Councillor Principe, for 9.1?
Sure, yes, I'll move Item 9.1, would you like me to read it in?
I think if it's just the recommendation, well,
That
go
the
ahead.
recommendation outlined in attachment 1 of the January 27, 2026 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IIS 03348, be approved, and that the January 27, 2026 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IIS 03348, remain private pursuant to sections 19, 29, 30, and 32.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. The final thing we will do today is make a motion to extend or continue. You have the wording somewhere.
Yeah,
don't you?
so the motion would be that orders of the day for the January 27th City Council meeting be changed as follow. Continuation on Wednesday, January 28th, upon adjournment of the public hearing, if adjournment is prior to 4:30 tomorrow, because we'll need time to set up the new meeting. If it
Thank
adjourns
you.
at 5, you won't be continuing
Of course. Do I have a mover?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Any questions on that? Nope. Please vote.
Just waiting for one. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. So again, what that means is that if we finish our public hearing early tomorrow, anytime before 4:30, then we would reconvene with 15 minutes upon completion of the public hearing, give or take, more or less, and continue on with the agenda. What is still left on the agenda is a little more work on 9.3, and then the motions pending. I know there are some motions pending that are more time sensitive than others. I would encourage you to talk amongst yourselves because we would ultimately go in order of the motions pending as listed, but if there are some time sensitive ones and you are able to talk with your colleagues about seeing if we can prioritize that, happy to do so, unless we finish really early and then we can make sure we get it all done in time. But otherwise, if we do not finish, just to be very clear what happens, if we do not finish the public hearing early, then this would just get carried through to the next council meeting,
February 17th,
February
18th.
17th or 18th.
So when you reconvene tomorrow, if you do, you're going to start in camera to finish 9-1?
Yes.
Yeah. And
Or
then,
9-3.
sorry, my
Yes.
apologies, 9-3.
Because to me, that is also a very, well,
Yep.
council will decide, urgency. So, so we would take a motion now to go back into private so we can start that meeting in private. If
So
it
moved.
Why don't we
happens,
wait?
or?
No.
No, because we don't want to be in private in case we can't actually restart.
Yeah, let's
Retracted.
just leave it as it
Yeah.
is, and good work.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, everyone. We are on recess until potentially tomorrow. Thank you.